amendments did not the question for written answer numbers 9 and 10, under Standing Order 75, and the replies were accordingly recorded in the daily parliamentary debates. There was the consideration of the National Prosecution Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023, and it was the Minister of Justice which read the first time and referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance for examination, and the committee is expected to present its report to the House in due course. After the consideration of that bill, the House did consider the Controlled Substance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, which came up at committee stage and passed the committee stage. Bill reported with amendments, and report stage to be considered today. And I should also make mention that that bill was considered at committee stage. And they also saw the Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, which was considered in committee stage. The bill reported with amendment and today to consider third reading stage. The House did adjourn at 17:57 hours. So basically, that's what was considered on the floor of the House yesterday. Shortly, we'll be able to see Honorable Madam Speaker's procession making way to the chamber. That will signify the commencement of today's business. On the other side, I'll interest you to today's order paper. Keep watching Parliament Television. Still being with us on Parliament Television. There you have it. That's the chamber there. Members of Parliament just chatting, waiting for 14:30 for business to commence. Let's quickly look at what is expected to be considered on the floor of the House. We do have two questions for oral answer, under Standing Order 76, and these are questions of urgent nature. The first one will come from Mr. Twasa Kasenengwa, Member of Parliament, directing his question to the Minister of Labour and Social Security. The member would like to find out whether the government is aware that patients under the National Health Insurance Scheme are being denied services by healthcare providers due to delayed payment of claims by the National Health Insurance Management Authority to the health care providers. And if so, what urgent measures are being taken to ensure that healthcare providers are paid on time to avert loss of life? In Nakonde, the area member of Parliament, Mr. Simumba, directing his question to the Minister of Agriculture, wants to find out what urgent measures the government is taking to curb the escalating price of middle meal, which is high as 300 kwacha. There you have it. That's Madam Speaker's procession making way to the chamber. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, it must be done.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wit and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight for one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with be to God. Praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Green and we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen. I've seen one matter of urgent public importance. The Honorable Member for Petauke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to raise the matter of public urgent importance. Madam Speaker, the matter is directed to the lead of government business. Madam Speaker, I'm asking for your protection because when I respond, Madam Speaker, the matter is directed to the lead of government business. Madam Speaker, last year we passed the motion for councillors and chiefs countrywide who are also councillors. Madam Speaker, the councillor in my ward and also in Kazungula, Sorowezi, and Chama, there are 4 councillors who have been sick, Madam Speaker, and they didn't have money to go to the hospital to get medication because of lack of funds. Madam Speaker, last year we approved the motion that these councillors countrywide and the chiefs countrywide should put on salary, not on allowance which they are getting. Madam Speaker, we are asking these people if it will continue delaying to put them on the salary. Madam Speaker, they'll continue dying because they can't afford to buy medicine. One of the councillor in Copperbelt, we lost the councillor because...
Order. Honorable Member, from what I'm hearing, that matter does not qualify to be raised as a matter of urgent public importance. Please follow up with the relevant authorities. And honorable members, so your matter is not admitted. Honorable members, at the time that I mentioned, there was only one matter of urgent public importance. I'm sure if you have looked at at the order paper, we have a lot of work to do today. So these matters that were submitted later, after I had announced, Honorable Member for Kasanengo and Kawambwa, find other means to raise your matters. Can we make progress? I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to brief the House on the state of the economy. Allow me to begin by reaffirming to this House that our ambition as a nation remains that of achieving medium-term targets of providing economic opportunities to all Zambians and becoming a middle-income country that is at the forefront of supporting the global energy transition and food security. In this regard, my reflections this afternoon will be in the context of how developments in the global and domestic economy have affected the Zambian economy as at 31st January 2023. Developments in the global economy, growth in the global economy, according to the World Economic Outlook, is projected to decline to 2.9% in 2023 from an estimated 3.4% in 2022. This is on account of tighter monetary policy to rein in inflation and the Russian-Ukrainian war conflict, which has continued to have an impact on economic activities. The resurgence of COVID-19 pandemic in China amidst the lockdown policies dampened growth in 2022, however. We believe, though, that China's gradual reopening is expected to speed up economic recovery. Madam Speaker, the spillover from the Russia-Ukrainian war has led to a supply-side disruptions, which include an increase in prices of critical commodities such as petroleum products and fertilizers. The average crude oil price in the first half of 2022 rose to $104.97 per barrel from $69 per barrel recorded during the same period in 2021. This led to higher domestic petroleum pump prices, with diesel price peaking at 28 kwacha 1 ngwe per liter in July. Similarly, the international price of fertilizer, as measured by the Fertilizers Price Index, increased by 6.5% per metric ton between August 2021 and August 2022. Madam Speaker, government continues to implement a cost-reflective policy for petroleum pricing, bearing in mind that we do not have control over the international oil prices. To this effect, there's been adjustment on the fuel pump prices on a monthly basis in line with the defined criteria. Further, to reflect costs and in order to reduce transportation costs of bringing in diesel, work on converting the pipeline has just concluded so that diesel comes by pipeline. Madam Speaker, at its fourth meeting, Cabinet resolved that the Farmer Input Support Program, FISIP, migrates to a cost-effective and enhanced electronic agro-input system beginning from the 2022-2023 season. However, the Russian-Ukrainian conflict greatly affected the supply of fertilizer on the world market and caused a drastic increase in prices. The implementation of an electronic agro-input system would require the private sector to take upfront risks of importing fertilizer and stocking it in various outlets countrywide. This poses a threat of non-supply of fertilizer to the farmers, as huge financial resources were required by the private sector to mobilize the required quantities. Despite the disruptions in the supply chain of fertilizer on the global market due to the war in Eastern Europe, government remains steadfast that the sustainable solution is for the country to produce enough stocks of the commodity through the promotion of private sector participation. In addition, Madam Speaker, government is optimistic that the long-term sustainable path for the agro sector is a reform of the Farmer Input Support Program, including migrating to the e-voucher and more comprehensive farmer support, such as scaling up extension services. Madam Speaker, taking into consideration the impact of the global economy on our national economy, government will continue monitoring global events and will boldly take the necessary measures required to cushion the impact of events on the economy and the well-being of the Zambian people. Development in the domestic economy, starting with inflation. Inflation, as measured by CPI, or Consumer Price Index, was recorded at 9.4% in January 2023, signaling continued deceleration or reduction in the average increase of prices of goods and services. Inflation was recorded at 15.1% in January 2022 and closed the year at 9.9% in December 2022. On an annual basis, inflation averaged 22.1% and 11% in 2021 and 2022, respectively. The continued slowdown in the inflation rate as at January 2023 was attributed to movement in the prices of food and non-food items and the base effect. The appreciation of the kwacha in the year 2022 was also among the drivers of the slowdown in inflation. Risks to positive movement in inflation are identified and include tighter global financial conditions, spillover effects of the global economy owing to the war in Eastern Europe, the impact of load shedding on economic activity, and an increase in energy costs, and finally, resurgence of the COVID-19 pandemic. On the exchange rate, the kwacha traded an average of 18.5 kwacha per dollar, that is in January, in comparison to an average of 17.26 kwacha per dollar in the corresponding period of 2022. The kwacha appreciated against the US dollar by an average of 15.1% in 2022. The kwacha traded an average of 16.9.4% in 2022 from 19.5% kwacha in 2021. This was attributed to the higher inflows from non-resident investors in government paper. Positive market sentiments built on the expectations and eventual allocations of the special drawing rights permitted by Zambia's admittance on the IMF Extended Credit Facility. In the fourth quarter of 2022, the procurement of agriculture and petroleum products, as well as drugs in the health sector, began to put pressure on the kwacha. This, compounded with a significantly lower supply of foreign exchange, have attributed to the weakening of the kwacha. To address the volatility in the exchange rate and safeguard the stability of the foreign exchange market, the Bank of Zambia raised the minimum reserve ratio on both local and foreign currency deposits. The Bank of Zambia also provided $1.6 billion in 2022 to the market, primarily from mining tax receipts, which amounted to $1.4 billion in 2022. Average interest rates for lending remained high in 2022. This defined as the price paid for borrowing, affects economic activity by raising the marginal cost of financing. On the growth, GDP growth for the year 2022 is expected to continue on a positive trajectory, although at a slower pace of 3.1% from 4.6% recorded in 2021. Over the first 3 quarters of 2022, growth has largely been driven by transport, tourism, wholesale and retail, and IC sectors. The domestic economy grew by 2.3% in the first quarter, 3.4% in the second quarter, and 5.3%, giving an average of 3.6%. This, however, is lower than the 4.5% recorded over the same period in 2021. The negative performance of mining, agriculture, and construction sectors, coupled with the negative impact of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, especially on the fuel subsector, subdued growth. Growth in 2023 is projected at 5.4%, premised on improvements in the macroeconomic environment resulting from Zambia's admission to the IMF Extended Credit Facility. Further, a recovery in input prices and the implementation of a much more efficient input support program in the agricultural sector and further investments in mining and manufacturing are expected to drive growth. However, there are risks, and these include the following. 1, the continued negative impact of the war in Eastern Europe. 2, tighter monetary policy in most economies. 3, the China zero-COVID policy, although that has now been unwound. 4, the weaker copper prices. And lastly, exchange rate fluctuations. Let me now say something about the budget, starting with the revenue. During the period under review, total collections of revenues and grants amounted to 9.2 billion and were 13% below the target of 10.4 billion kwacha. Tax revenue accounted for 8 billion, non-tax revenue 1.2 billion. On income tax, getting deeper into the tax issues, income tax collections amounted to 4.9 billion against a target of 6.2 billion and was off target by 21%. The underperformance was mainly attributed to lower than anticipated provisional tax declarations by the mining companies. Company tax collected amounted to 2.2 billion against the target of 3.7 billion. Mining tax amounted to 662 million and was below the target of 2.3 billion. Non-mine tax collections amounted to 1.6 billion against the target of 1.3 billion. Pay-as-you-earn amounted to 1.7 billion against the target of 1.8 billion. Other income tax withholding tax, for example, collections amounted to 993 million against a target of 847 million. Value-added tax collections amounted to 2.09 billion against a target of 2.05 billion, and this was above target by 2%, mainly due to over-collections on import VAT. Insurance premium levy collections amounted to 23.1 million against a target of 12.3 million. Customs and excise were above target by 3%, with a collection of 985.6 million against a target of 953. Export duties recorded a collection of 7.5 million against a target of 4.3, and non-tax revenue was 1.2 billion against a target of 1.1 billion kwacha. On grants, in January 2023, nothing was received from cooperating partners against a target of 142 million kwacha. On expenditure, Madam Speaker, during the month of January 2023, government released 12.4 billion kwacha to finance public service delivery. Of this amount, 3.6 billion was released for the public service wage bill, while 3.5 billion was spent on debt service, both domestic and external. Releases to transfers, subsidies, and social benefits amounted to 2.4 billion kwacha. Additionally, government released 2.4 billion for the implementation of various government programs and general operations. Let me say a bit about some of these expenditure items, starting with the wage bill. Government spent a total of 3.6 billion on costs relating to public service wage bill for various public service workers, including health, teaching, and security personnel. Debt and other liabilities. In line with government's commitment to reducing its indebtedness, a total of 3 billion was released in the month of January 2023 towards the payment of both domestic debt and external debt on multilateral institutions. The Treasury further released 464 million towards the dismantling of arrears relating to suppliers of goods and services and fuel. Some details on transfers and subsidies. Government released a total of 2.4 billion towards transfers and subsidies. Notable expenditures included the following: 635 million kwacha was released for the Public Service Pension Fund, 428 million for grants to schools to support the free education policy, 342 million for the operations of hospitals and grant-aided institutions in government ministry, 217, almost 218 million for secondary schools and skills development bursaries component under the CDF, 209, almost 210 million social cash transfer, 188 million to ZRA, Zambia Revenue Authority, 115 million for university operations, 111.6 for the Local Government Equalization Fund, and 100 million for the Local Authorities Superannuation Fund. Under general operations, government released 2.4 billion to facilitate service delivery under various government institutions, and notable among these were as follows: 1.8 million for general operations of government ministries, 437 million for the procurement of drugs, medical supplies, and equipment, 4 million for the land titling project. On capital expenditure, government released a sum of 525 million towards capital projects. Of this amount, 304 million was spent on road infrastructure, while the balance of 221 went towards water and education infrastructure projects. On debt, the stock of central external debt, excluding publicly guaranteed debt, as at December 2022, stood at $13.96 billion, representing a 7.04% increase from $13.04 billion at the end of 2021. The increase in external debt stock can be attributed to continued disbursement on existing project loans, mostly from multilateral institutions and bilateral creditors to finance ongoing priority projects. The public guaranteed debt was 1.5 billion as at end of December 2022, declining by 5.14% from the December 2021 amount. Madam Speaker, arising from unsustainable debt levels and the commencement of the debt restructuring process, the Ministry has continued implementing the debt service standstill to all creditors, with the exception of multilateral creditors and priority projects. In this regard, $130.8 million was paid as debt service as at end December 2022. The debt service standstill also led to 46.9% increase in central government arrears to external creditors to $4 billion, being principal and interest as at end December, compared to the $2.16 billion recorded at end December 2021. The Ministry has also continued to engage Zambia's external creditors in an effort to restructure Zambia's unsustainable debt. This is being done under the G20 Common Framework, under which official creditors have formed the Official Creditors Committee to find a solution to Zambia's debt. In parallel, the Ministry has also continued engagement with the private creditors to advance the debt restructuring process. Madam, in terms of domestic debt, the stock of government securities increased by 9% to 210 billion kwacha end December 22 from 193 billion end 2021. The performance of the government securities market during the year was relatively unstable, with better participation observed in periods surrounding the announcement related to the IMF program. However, in Q2 saw a reduction in demand, especially for short-term securities due to tight liquidity conditions and uncertainty in the market regarding the IMF program. As it ends September 2022, domestic arrears stood at 55.4 billion kwacha from 59.5 billion kwacha in December 2021. The reduction of arrears is attributed to the ongoing efforts by government to liquidate accrued domestic arrears in line with the domestic arrears dismantling strategy. When personal emoluments related arrears, electricity and VAT arrears are added, the total stock as at end September 22 comes at 79.5 billion kwacha. Madam Speaker, for the year 2023, net domestic borrowing is expected to be 15.6 billion kwacha, financed primarily through the issuance of government securities. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the economic performance in 2022 was generally fair. However, more needs to be done in 2023 and the medium term, especially given risks such as possible downturn in the global economic environment and a resurgence of COVID-19. Although the domestic economy is expected to face challenges associated with global development, it is envisaged to remain resilient. Government will continue to undertake growth-enhancing programs while mitigating the fullest extent possible the adverse spillover effects of the current uncertain global reality. Undertaking reforms to unlock barriers will be key, especially in agriculture and energy sectors. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking at the time that is left, I'll add 15 minutes. Honorable members, you are now free to ask points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning. As you ask your questions, honorable members, bear in mind that you are not to debate, but just ask points of clarification. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the first chance to the people of Lundazi to ask this question. To the Minister of Finance, thank you so much for this detailed update However, I have one question which I would want you to clarify. When you are making a statement, you talked about converting the pipeline into bringing in a finished product. One of the ways in which Zambia raises its resources is through collection of toll fees and toll gates. And when the transporters are coming through the nation, we end up getting some other resources using the tolls. My question to you, Honorable Minister, this afternoon is to find out, have you done a cost-benefit analysis to see whether the money that we are going to lose through the tolls and when we get the diesel and the fuel complete products will be more beneficial to the people of Zambia, especially the villagers in Londazi? I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable for that question. The answer is yes, the cost-benefit analysis has been undertaken. Firstly, because transporting diesel from Dar es Salaam to Ndola by the pipeline is far much cheaper than trucks. So you save money that way. Secondly, Madam Speaker, colleagues who are resident on the Great North Road would have realized just how much damage is being caused to that road by the heavy tankers that bring in the fuel. So that's the cost to the economy. When we bring the fuel by the pipeline, that cost now will be done away with. So, Madam Speaker, when you compare these savings that we are making and the little money that we're collecting on the toll fees, the country stands to benefit. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for recognizing the people of Solwezi East to add a voice to the ministerial statement. Minister, my heart leapt with joy when you said the completion of the pipeline and the plans to transport fuel via the pipeline. Are we seeing a decrease in the pump price anytime soon, especially that our economy is driven by the energy and diesel in particular? Are we seeing any decrease in the pump price soon? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honorable. The cost of fuel in the country is driven by a number of things. Number one, the price at which you buy it from the sources in dollars. If the price in dollars goes up, you should expect prices also to be pushed up. If the price goes down, the opposite will happen. So that is one. Secondly, the cost of transporting that fuel from Dar es Salaam to Ndola. On this one, the cost of transportation, as I just explained, that will tend to push the prices down indeed. The third major factor, of course, is the exchange rate. When the exchange rate becomes strong, the cost of fuel goes down. When the kwacha becomes weak, the cost of fuel will tend to be pushed outward. So ultimately then, you have to take all these three factors and a few others, which are minor. You have to take all these three factors. Is the international price, which way is it pushing? The cost of transportation, we know, is downwards. The exchange rate, which way is pushing? So the ultimate cost would depend on the interaction of all these three factors. Now, what I can say is that with the reduced cost of transportation, even if the other two factors, that is the exchange rate and the importing price, even if those tend to push the price up, the cost of transportation will tend to push the cost where? Downwards. So if for any reason you see the price going up now, just know that the price would have gone up much higher if we had not changed the form of transportation from tankers to pipeline. But of course, I'm hoping, as we are all hoping, the calculations must be done first. We are all hoping that the price will remain stable, if not edge downward a little bit. But again, I repeat, if it goes up, just know that the situation would have been worse if we're transporting by tankers. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister of Finance, in your first speech to Parliament, you informed the August House that Zambia will start producing 3 million tons of copper over a period of 10 years. And linked to that possibility are incentives to the mining sector. Minister, yesterday the Zambia Revenue Authority announced that they had made a loss of 21 billion kwacha. And out of that 21 billion kwacha, one of the reasons was that they are not getting enough money from the mining sector. Minister, my follow-up question to you. How far have we gone in achieving that projected target of 3 million tons of copper over a period of 10 years? Because you agree with me that progressively each year must contribute to that total amount of copper that we need to produce to achieve the 3 million tons. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Madam, and thank you, Honorable, for that question. The less than projected collections from the mining sector, it is important to ask the question, what is the cause? The cause, if you read through their statement, is that the profitability of the sector was affected last year because of the price of copper that went down. So with the lower profits, it follows that the taxes that are paid also must be less. On top of that, you recall, Honorable, that we are still having challenges in the production of copper from the old mining assets, basically KCM and Mopani. Now, to your other issue, what progress is being made to achieve the 3 million tons of copper? Ever since we are now of the mineral royalty tax to what other countries are doing, so it was not really giving away, it was basically aligning ourselves with all the other mining countries. Ever since that step was taken, ever since we also took the step of saying, for us, the mining taxation regime will not be going up and down, creating uncertainty among the investors. Ever since those steps were taken, we've seen positive developments. The positive developments include the investment of $1.2 billion by First Quantum to enhance production and to start a new mine of nickel, the biggest in the country. So that is a positive step. I'm sure you're also aware about the 150 million investment somewhere there in Chirilabombe, I think by Cobalt. That is also something positive. And also, Madam Speaker, we've seen unprecedented interest for investors to come in the existing mines that have been facing problems in the last 2 years. Unprecedented interest by the highest quality mining houses in the world. If you take a look at Mopani copper mine alone, there are about more than 10 world-class companies that are currently taking a look at Mopani with a very serious view to invest. When we finally conclude that, you can imagine the amount of copper that would be producing, contributing towards that 3 million tons. This is only possible because of the environment that has been created. Before that, no one wanted to take a look at Zambia. Companies were leaving. Glencore left. Many other companies were threatening to leave. So I'm very confident. And as we speak right now, the number of prospecting companies in the country is unprecedented. The number of prospecting companies in the country is unprecedented. So yes, we are gravitating towards that target that you spoke about. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mongu Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, food inflation is now a global concern. And the World Bank has just released a report which shows some countries which are worst hit by food inflation. In the United Kingdom, food prices have skyrocketed and they have the highest food inflation right now. Fortunately for us in Zambia, Zambia is not among the countries that has been listed among those very highly hit by food inflation. What would you attribute this to, Honorable Minister? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Order. Order. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and the Honorable Member for Mongu Central. Inflation, Madam Speaker, which is a measure of how the shopping basket is changing in prices, is right, is not just determined by one single commodity. It is determined by the entire basket of what shoppers buy. I say this because there's a tendency for colleagues to pick on one commodity and say the price of this has gone up. Therefore, why is your inflation rating? That is obviously wrong because you must take the totality. You must take the totality of all the prices in the shopping basket to be able to know what is happening to inflation. But he has singled out the issue of food inflation, which I now want to address. Yes, Zambia is done relatively better off. Zambia is done relatively better off compared to other countries. And the statistics is there. The World Bank report is there. Go and take a look. Colleagues, make the habit of reading documents. Make the habit of reading. If you don't read, you'll be misinforming yourselves and your people. So the document that the Honorable is quoting makes a comparison between Zambia and many other countries. And in that comparison, Zambia, even though, of course, we must admit it, the prices of food have gone up, especially mealie meal, we are still much better off compared to other countries. Just to give you an example, across the border, some of those borders of our countries, across the borders of our countries, a bag of mealie meal, which was about 150 some time ago, now it is sometimes 300, now it's in certain cases 500 kwacha, a bag. Just across. Okay, just across. So, yes, the mealie meal prices have climbed up, but just know that compared to other countries, we are still better off. Why is that so? because we produce enough maize to feed our people. But now the shortages that have emerged in DRC, in Tanzania, Kenya, Malawi, there's a lot of smuggling that is taking place. Because they find the price of food here to be much cheaper. So the pressure for them to come and smuggle here and go and sell in their countries, it is so high. It is this smuggling that has created the pressure now for the prices of our commodities to go up. And if you take a look, the West affected in terms of the price of meal meal, the places in Zambia which have been West affected are those on the border areas. If you go around Nakonde, on the border with Tanzania, Luapula, border with the Congo DRC, Kasumbalesa, the prices there are much higher than here in Lusaka. Why does that tell you? The smuggling pressure coming.
A rising cost of the average food basket in Zambia, which is slightly over 9,000 kwacha for an average family of 6. Honorable Minister, I wanted to find out. You already told us that we slowly need to brace ourselves. 2023 will not be easy. Should we wait for it to get hard, or does government have any measures for us to try and reduce the cost of living, because the cost of living is affecting each and every household in this country? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, inflation is not zero, which means prices are going up. But I want to say also that although prices are going up, the rate at which prices are going up, we see improvement. Improvement in the sense that the way prices were climbing before, under the last government, they were climbing faster than the way they are climbing today. I say so, Madam Speaker, because under the previous government, prices were rising at more than 20%, about 23% per annum. The prices were rising at more than 23% per annum. Now they are rising at 10% per annum. So yes, they're increasing, but there's an improvement over what this government found.
Please, honorable members, do not debate while seated. Do
Madam
not
Speaker.
debate while seated. May the minister continue.
Thank you very much. In terms of what is being done to improve even further, the government is taking measures on how to stabilize the prices of merry meal. The whole of this morning, that's what we're discussing. And measures will be announced by my colleague, or he stepped out, on what is being done to stabilize the price of merry meal. As for the price of foreign currency, the exchange rate, I've said before, so many times here, the exchange rate pressure is a direct consequence of the excessive debt that our colleagues seated across there left in place. Excessive debt. So we are trying to resolve this issue of debt. And I must say that on the part of government, on the agreement that we reached with creditors, when the creditors say, we'll give you debt relief if you do 1, 2, 3, 4, all those 1, 2, 3, 4, this government has done those things. The delay is on the part of the creditors themselves. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the problem of debt that we inherited, we've aggressively addressed it. And hopefully, sooner rather than later, we'll come to that point where debt relief is provided. Once that is done, Honorable MP for Kasama Central, once that is done, the exchange rate will be stabilized. You recall when the IMF gave us a program, that's when the Kwacha also strengthened a lot. So once this issue of debt is resolved, the exchange rate is going to be stabilized. The exchange rate is going to be stabilized, and the cost of living is going to come down. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And we appreciate and sympathize with the Honorable Minister. And I certainly like the way you diplomatically gave a no answer to my colleague from Mushindamu.
Order, Honorable Member for Shwangandu. Please ask a point of clarification. Do not debate.
Madam Speaker, this matter is very critical, and it is important that the Honorable Minister reconciles with his colleagues in government, because the impression being given to the people of Zambia is that the commissioning...
Order. If you want to advise the minister, I'm sure you can always have a chat with him. Ask a point of clarification. This is not time for advising.
Honorable Minister, the commissioning of Tazama pipeline to move diesel, which is a finished product, as you have said, is not a solution to the pricing of fuel finished products, because you still have fuel, petrol, Jet A1 fuel, HA4 to still be moved by road, and one wonders how HA4 will be couriered by road. Honorable Minister, are you really convinced that this country can sustain its economy by depending on finished products other than modernizing Indian refinery, which was churning out a number of byproducts which were beneficial to the economy in different ways?
Please do not debate while seated. May the Honorable Member for Shwangandu conclude his question.
Madam Speaker, my question to the Honorable Minister is whether he's convinced himself, knowing him the way we do, that he is being sincere. And I like the way he responded to my colleague from Shindamu. Is it sustainable for this country, Madam Speaker, to depend on finished products only? You won't even say yes. Even now, you won't even get to your constituency.
Honorable Member, stop saying yes. And Honorable Member for Shwangandu, please ask your question.
Madam Speaker, I've concluded my question. I think the Honorable Minister has picked it.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Kampyongo, Member of Parliament for Shwangandu. The answer to your question is yes. And I think it was also yes under your government. That's why for 10 years you did not do anything on the refinery, because you knew it was expensive. Okay? So the answer is definitely yes to us as a government, and yes to you also, because that's why you did not do what you are suggesting that we should do. Now, Madam Speaker, it is a well-known fact. It is a well-known fact that the fuel that was coming from Indeni is at least 25% more expensive than the imported fuel. That is known. That's why when Indeni was to processing, there was always this tax on imported fuel at 25%. Why? To make sure that Indeni survived the imported cheaper fuel. Okay? That was the reason. So why would you want to subject the Zambian people? Why would you want to subject the Zambian people to fuel that is 25% more expensive when you can import it cheaply just to sustain 300 jobs? That's bad economics. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Let me also say something to the Honorable. Countries that had refineries which were inefficient like ours, because of the small size. Zimbabwe, they closed their refinery. Tanzania closed their refinery. Kenya, they closed their refinery. South Africa closed their refinery. Why? Because it was cheaper to import than to try and refine. So, Madam Speaker, therefore, this is why I say that the decision to be importing finished fuel rather than making it at Indeni is economically sound. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's what the time we had could allow. The honorable members who still have questions can continue engaging the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning. Question for oral answer under Standing Order 76. The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 242.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Labor and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Kasanengwa is asking the Minister of Labor a question in two parts. The first one is whether the government is aware that patients under the National Health Insurance Scheme are being denied services by healthcare providers due to delayed payment of claims by the National Health Insurance Management Authority to the healthcare providers, and B, if so, what urgent measures are being taken to ensure that healthcare providers are paid on time to avert loss of life? The response, Madam Speaker. A, Madam Speaker, the answer is that government is not aware that patients who are members of the National Health Insurance Scheme are being denied services by healthcare providers due to delayed payment of claims. The National Health Insurance Management Authority has entered an MOU and contracts with both public and private healthcare providers, which stipulate a service level of 45 days turnaround time. May I read that again, Madam Speaker? Which stipulates a service level of 45 days turnaround for payment of valid claims. Currently, the authority's average turnaround time is 35 days. The authority has been meeting its obligations to settle claims within the service level agreements. The authority paid out 1,038,747 claims valued at 889,117,773 in 2022. The answer to B, Madam Speaker, is that the measures being undertaken to ensure claims are paid on time is the introduction of the electronic data interface, where 90% of accredited healthcare providers are submitting their claims to ensure faster turnaround times and reconciliations. All healthcare providers have been trained on the use of the electronic data interface for submission of claims. Moreover, Madam Speaker, the contracts of accreditation and guidelines of Health Professionals Council of Zambia stipulated that no member or patient shall be denied services. The authority has in place a complaints procedure where if a complaint of this nature is received and investigated, it may result in the termination of the contract with that healthcare provider and revocation of accreditation. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we appreciate the response from the acting minister. Acting Minister, this scheme was meant not only for the people in employment, it was meant to cater for people who are even outside employment. And therefore, your ministry is, let me put it very clear, is not the most appropriate ministry to administer this scheme. Are you in talks with the Honorable Minister of Health, who is sitting next to you? Because this was properly put under Minister of Health, because there are subscribers to the scheme who are not in work, who are not in employment, because you are responsible for people that are in employment. So are you in talks so that this scheme can be pressed back to Minister of Health, so that complaints such as the complaint which has been brought by the Honorable Member for Kasenengwa can be easily be detected and dealt with? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, Honorable Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu, we are in talks with the Minister of Health. We've engaged on a number of occasions. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Though I am quite disappointed to learn that government is not aware that NEMA is inefficient. Now that this has been brought to your attention, Minister, are you going to do any due diligence to see how effective NEMA is under your ministry, or you consider taking it back to the Ministry of Health? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Social Security, Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to say to my colleague there, the Member of Parliament for Kasenengwa, that when there's an issue of this sort, I think it's important that he puts in a complaint. There are different channels that we have of complaints, and there are different ways in which he can make this complaint. He can make the complaint through the toll-free line, which is 8,000. And if he has a specific episode or complaint, I think it's important that he brings that complaint either through toll-free line, which is 8,000, or we also have a Facebook page that he can lodge in his complaint on, or he can actually write to the institution or to the ministry for that complaint. So maybe he may want to give us a specific scenario of what happened, and we could always engage him, because it looks like there was a specific scenario that actually transpired. But to answer his question, second question, I think he asked two questions, although he made it look like he asked one. To answer the second question, we are in talks, like I earlier alluded to the Minister of, Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu, that we are in talks with the Ministry of Health, and therefore we will carry on engaging the Ministry of Health, because this was sitting with the Ministry of Health, but indeed we will be engaging our colleagues, and we'll make sure that NEMA does deliver to the people as we promised. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, I'm so grateful. I think, Minister, the question that begs an answer is, in your answer you said government is not aware. And through this question, the Honorable Member for Kasenengwa has made it very clear that there is problem. I think the question we're asking and wanting to know is, what are you going to do about it now that it has been brought to the attention of the government that there is this scenario? What are you going to do about it? That's the question that we're begging for answers.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Madam Speaker, now that we are aware, it has been brought to their attention, we'll definitely make some investigations. But like I earlier alluded to, that we need a complaint. And now that the complaint has been brought forth, we will engage the Member of Parliament and check if this episode is truly happened or did not happen, but definitely we will engage the Member of Parliament. And what needs also to be taken into account is that we need to bring in these complaints, the official way that they should be brought in. So that is what is also important to bring to the ministry. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chimwemwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, the unused funds from contributions from companies are normally invested in short-term instruments to enhance solvency of the fund, at the same time to gain some interest. And yet that indigent person is, I'm saying the funds, contributions from companies that are not used by NEMA are actually invested in short-term instruments for solvency purposes. At the same time, they gain interest. Madam Speaker, when will the government start to make contributions on behalf of the indigent person? Because that indigent person is not accounted for. Thank you.
It appears the Honorable Minister has not gotten your question.
Okay then, Honorable Minister, NEMA caters for
Can
the
we
form.
listen? Can we listen?
Minister, let me put it clear and simple. NEMA caters for people in formal employment. And yet that indigent, I mean the vulnerable of the vulnerable, the poorest of the poor, is not catered for. And yet we know that NEMA makes a profit, or let me say an interest, from the money that is not used, which is actually invested. So now, when will government start looking at incorporating or capturing that poorest person in Chimwemwe constituency? I thank you.
The problem I see, Honorable Member, your mouth is too close to the mic.
Okay, Madam Speaker, let me just say this.
Okay.
The way NEMA works, NEMA, as far as we're concerned.
No, don't explain. Just ask the question.
Okay, then the question is, Madam Speaker, I want to find out that poorest person in Chimwemwe constituency, when will that poorest person be captured by the government using the funds that gained from the interest as they invest in those short-term instruments? Is this better now? Still, they can't hear.
Order, order, honorable members, please can we comply to our rules? No debating while seated. The Honorable Minister, Acting Minister of Labor and Social Security.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member there must have gone to a very expensive school. With that accent, we could hardly hear what he was saying. But I think I picked a few things from what he said. What we need to take into account is that NEMA has been supporting hospitals. And by virtue of them supporting those hospitals, it means the most vulnerable people are getting access to those hospitals, because we have hospitals dotted around the country. So even those that you're talking about today, the vulnerables, will get medical care from those hospitals within the country. I thank you.
The question was, when will the vulnerable people of Chimwemwe be captured so that they can benefit?
Madam Speaker, the people of Chimwemwe are covered. That is how they are being covered. Unless you are saying to me, Member of Parliament, that they have not been captured for a specific reason, maybe we can talk about that reason. I thank you.
Thank you. You can liaise with each other and see how best you can solve that problem. The Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa. Bwana Mkubwa.
Madam Speaker, I didn't indicate.
Oh, you have indicated on each. Oh, okay. Somebody must have been trying to log in for you, or what? The Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, NEMA appeared to have been a good idea, but which was set into operation without much clarity. And I know that you inherited it. You are trying to make sure it operates as efficiently as possible. One of the controls in place is the fingerprint requirement to access NIMA services, which becomes very difficult when the patient is admitted in a health facility and they need to access medicines that need to be procured from private pharmacies sometimes. And they need the fingerprint of this patient who is bedridden. My question, is the government closely looking at the operations of NIMA in order to review everything, including controls, so as to make it more responsive to the members and the provision of health services and medicines? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Labour and Social Security.
My answer, Madam Speaker, is yes. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Minister, for me, I just want to find out if you are able to come and share with us the financial statement of NIMA to show a true and fair view of the status of NIMA regarding the timeless payment of claims. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, Acting Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we can come back with a statement to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I needed to find out from you, one of the members on your right, I suggested that the way NIMA was formulated really was not very clear. And perhaps that is why we have these problems. But I must say that NIMA is a very good initiative, extremely good. Now, as a new dawn government, do you have any plans to refine the operations of NIMA from what it is to something better? Your suggestion is that it's not good enough. Do you have those plans? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A similar question to the one that was asked by the Honorable Member for Luena. Honorable Acting Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, I did respond to that question, and I'd said the answer was yes, we're going to refine. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, I just wanted to find out, before I ask my question, I understand that NIMA and Smart Zambia, they're working hand in hand, and the e-governance is actually going on well. We've done well in Central Province and Copperbelt Province. I just wanted to find out, how far have you gone with the implementation of this e-governance, especially that Smart Zambia, they're the ones who are in charge of this process?
The Honorable Acting Minister of Labour and Social Security. There is a request for the question to be repeated.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying I understand that NIMA, they have gone using e-governance system. I wanted to find out, because I've seen in provinces like Copperbelt and Central Province, they have done well in terms of e-governance. So I wanted to find out how far this program has gone with the implementers, Smart Zambia, who are in charge of this process.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, this is an ongoing process, and it's still ongoing as we speak, so that they will be covered, the whole country will be covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's make progress. Next question, the Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 243.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Member for Nakonde, ask the Minister of Agriculture what urgent measures the government is taking to curb the escalating price of mealie meal, which is as high as 300 kwacha in Nakonde and other districts, despite government offloading cheaper maize from the Food Reserve Agency. Madam Speaker, our answer is as follows. The following are the measures that government has taken to curb the escalating price of mealie meal. A, government has allowed FRA to release maize to selected millers who have been identified to work with government and access maize in order to stabilize the price of mealie meal on the market. B, government has allowed FRA to increase community sales of maize grain in order to directly benefit community households. This will allow them to access mealie meal at a cheaper price, since the houses are able to take the maize that they buy to their local places of grinding so that they can have that mealie meal there. C, government has increased security along the border areas to curtail smuggling of mealie meal and maize grain. D, exports of maize and mealie meal are being seriously scrutinized. E, a committee of technical officials have been constituted to start visiting milling companies and retail outlets on a regular basis to ascertain the status of stock, ascertain the status of physical stock against the book figures that we get. F, the government is encouraging and allowing the imports of the actual mealie meal. G, the government is in discussion with the Zambia National Farmers Union to hasten the production of early maize, specifically for export. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Chifugu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, my constituency, Chifugu, is one of the heavily hit with a shortage of mealie meal. And one of the reasons or factors that has contributed to the shortage of mealie meal has been smuggling. So smuggling is currently rampant in my constituency through the Sakanya border and along Kawama area on the Congo DR. And despite the measures you have highlighted to have been put in place to curb smuggling, mealie meal is constantly being smuggled into Congo DR. And one of the reasons, according to the information on the ground, has been that there has been familiarity with the defense forces that are deployed along the borders, and they have overstayed. Is your ministry considering discussing with the defense ministry to rotate some of these officers who are around these areas in order to effectively curb the smuggling which could be caused as a result of the familiarity and overstay of some of our officers around there? As we talk now, we have challenges of mealie meal in Chifugu constituency. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the concern from the Honorable Member for Chifugu. Indeed, Madam Speaker, as I have continuously indicated on the floor of this House, that we are experiencing unprecedented pressure on Zambia because the entire region has no white maize, non-GMO grade 1 the way Zambia has. Now, to be very direct to the question, yes, Madam Speaker, there is a committee of ministers which is above the Committee of Technical Staff, where the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Home Affairs, including other ministers, are members. The member will be happy to know through you, Madam Speaker, that we spent almost the whole morning today looking at this issue. And I'm sure when the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Defense were hearing, they were saying, yes, we are going to put not only the officers he's talking about to rotate, but other officers, including a lot of plainclothes officers. So this is a big warning to those who are smuggling, those who are taking maize across, that you will lose your freedom, you will also lose your equipment, and you will lose your money. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Bugwe.
Thank you so very much,
Order,
Madam Speaker,
honorable
for
members.
giving
If
the good
somebody
people
is
of
happy,
Ubui.
allow them to be happy. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this privilege to the good people of Ubui to ask the Minister. Minister, I know you've been on the floor of this House on several times trying to bring measures which would therefore reduce the prices of meal. But up to date, I think what is tantalizing on the ground is contrary to that. What other measures do you have? Like for next year, don't you think of maybe putting other measures to grow more maize than it has been the case before? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member for that very positive suggestion that part of the answer to this problem is for Zambia to get into mass production of maize so that we can support our colleagues who definitely would have a problem in terms of maize. So I agree. But most important, Madam Speaker, may I appeal to the House, the members on your right and on your left, that this problem of illicit cross-border trade, if not checked, will lead us into trouble. I think it is for all of us to check the illicit trade. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalurushi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for allowing the good people of Kalurushi to ask the Minister of Agriculture. Minister, in as much as we appreciate your efforts in ensuring that the cost of mealie meal comes down, with my very little experience, I feel very sorry for you. I feel very sorry for you because I can see that you are indeed trying to bring the cost of mealie meal down. But clearly, Minister, there is just one elephant in the room: the export of mealie meal. It is the export of mealie meal. PF tried it before, it failed. Why don't you put in strict systems to allow proper export of the commodity before you even allow the export? Obviously, when we look at the Kasumbalesa border post, it's porous. You employ as many officers, and at the end of the day, the mealie meal will go. We do appreciate the bilateral agreements that you have with surrounding countries. But, Minister, wouldn't you think that first you need to feed your own children before you begin to feed your neighbors' children? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member for Kalurushi for her kind words. Thank you for identifying that this is a very serious problem for all of us and all constituencies. Yes, Madam Speaker, I wish to assure the Honorable Member that there has been excessive and extreme checking on legal and authorized exports. So we are taking care of ourselves. What is draining us now is the illicit movement of maize and especially now meal meal. Madam Speaker, on the copper belt, where she's from, there is a term that the young men and young women are moving in what are called the VVIs and carrying this meal meal in small cars, taking it to these places where they don't just cross the border, leave it right on the border, and other people come to collect. Now, these VVTIs, let us stop them. It should be our responsibility because not even the army can manage this. Madam Speaker, this is a serious problem. No matter what we do, for as long as I'm told, release maize so that there is meal meal in Zambia, the meal meal is going. It's our own citizens buying and taking it across. And this is a serious issue. So I'm happy that the honorable members are taking this very seriously. And Copper Belt is one of the biggest victims, just like Eastern Province, one of the biggest victims. Let me say, along the northern side of Zambia, we are in a lot of problems. I thank you.
Thank you, the honorable member for Kantanshi.
This is serious. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I would like to join my colleague from Kalushi in actually feeling for you in terms of the pressure that has been created under the issue of meal. I must report to you that yesterday Kantanshi or Mufulira district did not have any meal, and it created a lot of problems. But I wanted to find out from you, there is point A and I think point F. Point A was the millers have been given maize, selected millers. And you agree with me that that maize is taxpayers' maize, if you look at the FISIP equation. Why has it been difficult for your ministry to announce which milling companies so that the people can be able to know that this milling company has been given subsidized priced maize, and that benefit needs to pass to the people of Zambia? Why has your ministry been doing that? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yet again, let me be thankful for the kind expression that this is a problem we all need to attend to, other than pointing fingers at each other. Now, I hear the suggestion. I might have to consider talking to the Minister of Justice, because when you sell maize, Madam Speaker,
there is a point of order, Honorable Minister. What's the point of order, Honorable Member for Chitambo?
I'm so grateful, Madam Speaker, you've allowed me to raise on this very serious matter. Minister, this same question the Honorable Member for Kantanshi has asked. I did ask you, and you said you are going to consult with the Minister of Justice, and you would get back to this House and give us an answer to whether you will start announcing the names of millers that are given, that are sold or given maize. Madam Speaker, I'm aware that the House will be rising this Friday. Is the Minister in order to continue giving us the same answer, that you go to the Minister and consult, when he was given enough time to consult his counterpart, so that us members of this House could help him to monitor those millers? Why do you like talking too much like that?
The honorable members, honorable member for Chitambo.
Always, Madam Speaker, that one is a problem.
No, that's not.
Member of Parliament for Mongo. No, it is too much, Madam Speaker.
Yes, but don't engage him, please.
No, Madam Speaker, you must mature that man.
Order, 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 order. Order, order. Honorable member for Chitambo, you are now getting out of order. Always learn to speak through the speaker. Then we maintain order. You are contributing to the disorder in the house. You have, even if one member is wrong, as the honorable member, you cannot point and start addressing them. You are promoting disorder. That means both of you are out of order. Both honorable member for Mongo and honorable member for Chitambo are out of order. Can we have some order? Now, the point of order that has been raised by the honorable member for Chitambo, that the minister is consulting and he knows that we are rising on Friday. Are we not coming back? The minister will come back to us after. Because now you started engaging and I've got a lot of work today. I don't want to waste time unnecessary, and you contributed to the disorder in the house. And when I see that a member is contributing to the disorder, I curtail. Thank you. Can we make some progress? Honorable member for Nakonde.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the price of meal today in Nakonde is 320 kwacha. And one thing that has contributed to this, Madam Speaker, we've got a small milling plant that only manages to produce 400 bags per day against the demand of more than 4,000 bags. My question to the minister is, do you have any plans to construct a bigger milling plant so that maybe it can cushion the demand in Nakonde? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I can definitely indicate to the Honorable Member through you, Madam Speaker, that yes, the government now is seriously considering putting up a mill in each province which will be run by the state through Zambia National Service or Correctional Services, or at least a unit which is connected to government. I thank you.
Honorable Member for Pambache.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, we hear you. And you agree with me that right now there are trucks that are feeding maize into East Africa. You are sending maize from here in Lusaka, and they are correcting maize in Kawambo, and you are aware about that. And even today, there are more than 10, 20 trucks that are feeding maize from Kawambo, FRA, satellite depots into East Africa. So, Madam Speaker, it is said, for those that have done trade, and not Dr. Msokotano agree that when you restrict something, you are promoting illicit trade. Don't you think, Minister, by imposing restriction on the sale of maize, you are encouraging the illegal trade? Because in Zambia, the law you like referring to as smuggling does not apply, because the smuggling law in Zambia just applies maybe if the means of finance has not guided you. When the truck is coming into Zambia and not going out, when we impound the truck, even if it is going out near the border, the matter goes to court. The government has always been losing those cases, and you are aware about that. Don't you think it is prudent for you to look at first satisfying the local market by giving enough maize to the local millers than what is happening right now in Wapula, where almost every day more than 20 trucks are carrying maize and going to East Africa? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. You allow me to answer this question in two parts. The first part is for me to express my confusion from the question, because on one part, the Honorable Member is saying ferrying maize to East Africa could be an issue. On the other part, the Honorable Member is saying when you restrict maize sales or exports, you are creating smuggling. So I wanted to make this clear that on that part, Honorable Member from Pambashi, you might want to reconcile, first of all, what exactly you are talking about. On the second part, to answer the question, Madam Speaker, the story was as follows. Zambia has had a lot of maize than it needed. We bought more maize than we needed, and we allowed some exports. Part of the maize was to go to Tanzania, because as you are aware, there has been a problem in Tanzania and Kenya where lives have actually been lost. Now, we started restricting the movements to make sure that we do not get into real serious trouble by exporting everything. The Tanzanian government made a government-to-government request to say the 4,000 tons of maize that had been stopped from moving, could it be please allowed to go? 4,000 tons. And that's the maize which we have allowed into East Africa legally. I would like to let the honorable members know in the House that the maize you see, trucks you see in Northwestern picking maize, in Northern picking maize, in Luapula picking maize, is not necessarily for export. We are redistributing maize in the country for local consumption. I think this is a very important point, Madam Speaker. All the maize in Northern Province, for example, was swept away because the real demand was up there. So now we are moving maize from Luapula, which is closest to Northern Province, to satisfy some of the millers which do not have mealie meal. So not everything you see loaded is going out of the country. That could be a misinterpretation. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. My question to the Minister, Madam Speaker, is that the first time I heard about the word smuggling was as a little boy under the Kaunda regime. And we're still talking about smuggling today. What is it that the ministry envisions to do for Zambia to become a net exporter of both mealie meal and maize? To understand smuggling in the context of the yawning markets at regional level, what do we need to do? Because looking at what we have, Honorable Minister, Zambia does not need to have shortages, and this is a huge market for us. So what is the ministry doing to ensure that we become that net exporter in line with our national trade policy? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that is an absolutely important question. Madam Speaker, the first thing I would say is to look at this issue and become sick with it is not the right thing to do. We should indeed look at this issue and see it as an opportunity. Each and every member in this House, Madam Speaker, should start producing, should become a farmer. Each and everyone. And if these members could organize themselves, I will make sure they receive fertilizer, because now we are producing fertilizer in Zambia. So each and everyone should produce. And on a very serious note, Madam Speaker, on a serious note, we are now moving maize. Our maize is going to Malawi. It's normally not like that. It's the reverse. Maize is going to Mozambique. It's normally never like that. All the maize, it's a pity Honorable J.J. Banda is not here. It is normally the reverse. Maize moves from Mozambique into Zambia. Now, what is happening now is a complete reversal. So we are surrounded by a market. And instead of mourning here, we should be saying, what should we do? So what are we doing? I explained on item number G. I said we have encouraged Zambia National Farmers Union to produce for export only. And I've been talking to the Honorable Minister of Defense that maybe Zambia National Service, all the farms should just be producing maize. That is the way we should be looking at this problem. But most important, Honorable Pambashe, Honorable Chawama, Honorable Kalulushi, Honorable Sorwezi, everyone should be producing. Everyone should be producing. I've never bought a bag of meal in more than 20 years, and I would like everyone to be like that. Madam Speaker, I thank the honorable member for Kanchivia, who has asked probably a question which should sink with all of us, that let us produce as Zambia. Here is a market, and we are here complaining and accusing the Minister of Agriculture for exporting everything. Honorable Pambashe should produce maize. I thank you.
Thank you. Order. Let's make progress. Because of time, I'll allow 3 more questions. This will be Honorable Member from Pika, Chairman North, and Kabwata. In that order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you have well elaborated the measures you have put in place. And to remind you, Honorable Minister, in Mchinga province, we have a milling plant run by Zambia National Service, and it has the capacity to produce 48,000 by 25 kgs of milling meal a day. It is in Mpika district, in my constituency. However, Madam Speaker, our people, even in Mpika, are still queuing for high prices, for high-priced milling meal. Honorable Minister, you have put all those measures in place, and milling meal price has not gone down. We are also facing shortages. What is really the problem? Just a few days ago, you were on the floor of the House where you vowed that you are not going to halt export of maize, even when we have been faced with this challenge. Honorable Minister, what is really the problem? And when are you going to attain the 50 kwacha price per bag of milling meal? Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Only one question per person. The Honorable Minister will repeat his answer because that was the first thing that he said. I hope the Honorable Member of Mpika was listening. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for that question, Honorable Member from Pika. Yes, there is a milling plant, and he has given us figures, 48,000 by 25 kg. And for your information, Madam Speaker, to the members, Zambia National Service, correctional services have been given priority 1. Whenever they want maize, we will give it to them, even if they don't have money to pay there and then, because they try very hard to control the distribution of the milling meal that comes out of their plants. Now, the question, Madam Speaker, which the Honorable Member should have supported us with or helped us with is, where is this 48,000 per day going? Where is it going? The answer is simple. And that area where you are from, Honorable Member, through the Speaker, is one of the most difficult areas in terms of taking milling meal across the border. Mpika, Nakonde, etc. Let me not isolate, because you might think I'm picking on you, including Chipata, where I'm a member of parliament. We are having these problems because they are border areas. So the issue is for us to become patriotic, the real term patriotic, to Zambia and stop this smuggling. I don't like the term smuggling, as Honorable Kanchivia said. To stop this illegal cross-border trade, we really need, as a group, as Zambians, to start stopping this. When milling meal is offloaded at ShopRite in Chipata, there are colleagues going there, buy 1, 2, 3, 4. In less 30 minutes, 600 bags is gone. And where are they heading? In one direction, and you know where. Now, if we allow that, we are going to deplete our stock. There is nothing that I can do unless now we stop releasing maize to millers. So, that is why the Honorable Minister for Defense and Honorable Minister for Home Affairs and Internal Security are now coming in, which is a very sad situation. because then we will be stopping people from going to sell across and make some little money. The answer is in high production. But this is a unique year where everyone in the region has no maize. Madam Speaker, I don't think I can explain more than that. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chamano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister of Agriculture, I think the whole world is laughing at us, sending soldiers to go and prevent people from exporting maize so that the country can receive more foreign exchange. Minister of Agriculture, you have mentioned that you have given maize to some selected millers. Are you not considering also places like Chama and other districts where we have got milling companies there also? People are producing meal locally. Why don't you also provide meal to those particular areas? And I think that way we'll be able to reduce the price of meal. Because currently the price of meal in Chama is going at 260 kwacha. Don't you have those plans to do that, Honorable Minister?
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I thank Honorable Mtachalo, who, on face value, the statement would look as if he's taunting us, but when you think deeply on it, he's actually telling the truth, that the world could laugh at us because we are stopping international trade. So I took it in that sense. If you are talking of the reverse, I'm not with you, I don't agree with you. But if it was in that particular sense, yes, I'm with you. Madam Speaker, 260 kwacha per bag is on the higher side by all standards for Chama. We have introduced community sales of maize in Chama. And I repeat, these community sales are good for certain far-flung areas because once you buy a bag at 200 kwacha per 50 kg bag, you go and mill it. You get sufficient milling meal from there to last your family some reasonable time. And I've been encouraging that this is what we should do. I even encourage so much the Honorable Member for Petauke, who has just walked in, that this is what we should do. However, I am able to receiving a list from you of millers. And be careful, because this is an albatross around your neck. There are colleagues who spoke like you have given me, and when we went to check, those milling companies are not there. Then I start questioning, what are we up to? So I put an albatross around the neck. Give me the names of the milling companies and we see what happens. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker, once again. Honorable Minister, I believe where there's a crisis, actually there's an opportunity for one to succeed. The issue of smuggling, I think if we look at it in a different way, we discover that smuggling can create an opportunity for a yearning or sleeping market outside there. Honorable Minister, I wanted to find out whether your ministry is considering to set up incentives for farmers or millers that would want to invest in these border areas like Nakonde, Kasumbalesa, so that the issue of smuggling can be dealt away with so that us as a nation will be able to make money. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I thank Honorable for Kawata for that position. Madam Speaker, through you, the problem is not our milling capacity. The problem is the lack of sufficient maize to feed ourselves and the region. That is the problem. I will repeat. The problem is not milling. No. We have sufficient milling capacity in this country. It is actually above our requirement. But the problem this particular year is that Malawi, Mozambique, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Angola, DRC, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, South Sudan are looking for our maize. And we simply don't have sufficient. And that's why you see undertone here is stop feeding other people, look after yourselves first. And you can't say that is wrong, because that's where we could be heading if we are not careful. There's so much pressure. The same mealie meal you had in Northern Province, the same mealie meal which we are selling here at about 180 or 200 kwacha, is selling at 500 kwacha or 550 kwacha. So it makes a lot of sense for someone to risk himself. Someone said even risking to be shot, risk themselves and take across. And you know, as Honorable Mtachalo said, with the army which we are asking now to go, imagine one of them is shot and dies because he's carrying a bag of mealie meal to go and sell across. It will be a very sad situation. The answer is the farm blocks, so that we produce mealie meal. That's why we should support. When you hear that Kenya wants to come and grow maize here, we should be supporting it as parliament. When you hear that Rwanda wants to come, even Honorable Mnia Zulu should come and say, yes, that is good. When you hear that we are giving land, these honorable members should come and get land and get incentivized, not to have mills, but to grow. The incentives are in production, not milling. Madam Speaker, with that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We are not doing so well in terms of time, so I cannot allow any further questions. We make progress. Question for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The honorable member for Kanchibia.
244, Madam Speaker. 244.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under question number 244, Honorable Sunday Chanda, Member of Parliament for Kanchibia, is asking the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation the question in two parts. Under Part A, whether the government has any plans to sink boreholes at the newly constructed markets and health centers in Kanchibia parliamentary constituency, and under B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. Under A, yes, government has planned to sink a total of 17 boreholes at the newly constructed markets and health centers in Kanchibia parliamentary constituency. You may wish to note that the contracts for sinking of boreholes from 2022 are still valid up to the end of this year, 2023. Under B, the sinking of the boreholes commenced in the fourth quarter of 2022. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. This is a constituency-based question, so if we can quickly go through it, it will be better. The Honorable Member for Kanchibia.
Madam Speaker, I will not waste the Minister's time, but just to say thank you for the response, and we'll follow through on the 17 boreholes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Next question, the Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 245.
The Honorable Minister for Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Mr. Mtachalo, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chama North, is asking the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development at A, why the contractor working on the Chama-Chibale Road in Chama constituency has given notice to terminate the contract. At B, whether a new contractor will be engaged. At C, whether the government has any plans to vary the contract to include Chama, Boma, Sitwe, Chisunga ward stretch of the road. At D, if so, when the plans will be implemented. And at E, when the project will be completed. Madam, in response to the question raised by the colleague Honorable Mtachalo, I wish to inform him and the August House that the contractor working on the Chama-Chibale Road in Chama parliamentary constituency Chama North gave notice to terminate based on the clause in the contract that allows for either parties to terminate the contract due to various factors, among them funding challenges. At B, there is no immediate plan to engage a contractor due to budgetary constraints. At C, the government does not have immediate plans to vary the contract to include the Chama Sitwe Chisunga ward stretch of the road due to what I said earlier on, budgetary constraints. At D, as mentioned in C above, there are no immediate plans to work on the said road. And at E, the project has since been terminated. I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. Again, it's a constituency-based question. Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that response. I think it's just an appeal, Minister, that the initial direction where the road should have taken, where the road should have gone through, it is a plan which will be extremely very expensive for the government. So that's why we were asking if it can be varied so that it goes through Sitwe, because it will cover about 6 wards, unlike covering only 1 ward. So we thought that route could be economical. So it's our appeal that please let's consider varying that the same road, and also just maybe if we are told the ministry can consider working on the crossing points, since you are saying there's budget constraints, we can work on the crossing points and we can use CDF to grade the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Chama North. Please continue engaging the Honorable Minister to sort out those issues. Next question, the Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Question 246.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Probably thought that he has finished his questions, or maybe he has just stepped out briefly. I don't know. He went to drink water.
My sincere apologies, Madam Speaker. Sincere apologies to the honorable member who asked the question. Madam Speaker, the question to the ministry is, what measures is the government taking to promote organic farming in order to reduce the adverse effects of fertilizers and agrochemicals? And B, what measures are being taken to promote value addition to organic products, especially in rural areas? And C, whether the government has any plans to conduct research to determine the types of fertilizers to use in different parts of the country. D, if so, when the plans will be implemented. And E, what measures are being taken to establish agricultural industries in rural areas countrywide. Madam Speaker, our answers are as follows. A, the Ministry of Agriculture is promoting organic farming to reduce the use of inorganic fertilizers and chemicals in the following ways. 1, promoting conservation farming. This focuses on sustainable soil management practices, use of crop residues, crop rotation, and such approaches. 2, promoting integrated pest management approaches to reduce reliance on pesticides. And 3, the ministry is promoting the use of alternative inorganic fertilizers such as manure. On B, Madam Speaker, the output from the organically produced agricultural commodities is yet to be sufficient enough to support full-scale value addition activities. However, the government will support any identified groups that are producing organically to market these commodities. C, the Ministry of Agriculture, through the Zambia Agricultural Research Institute, ZARI, carries out research on soils and fertilizers across the country. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the ministry has planned to produce updated and digitized soils map for the country. These plans are already being implemented, and the Eastern Province is the first province to have updated soil maps with the support of the Zambia Integrated Forest Landscape Project. Then D, Madam Speaker, as I've already stated, we are conducting research on soils and fertilizers. And then E, government is encouraging the investment in specific agricultural value chains such as the Chitambo cassava milling plant and other interventions such as the fruit processing plants established under the Industrial Development Corporation. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kanchibia.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity yet again, and Honorable Minister, thank you for your response. The need for the soils maps, Honorable Minister, is critical. We just want to find out if there's any time frame attached to the ongoing research that the Minister has referred to. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Before the Minister comes in, there's an indication for a point of order. Honorable Member for Petauke Central, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's on Standing Order 57. Madam Speaker, 57, a member may only speak in the House upon the presiding officer's approval and indicating. Is the Minister of Water in order to start making noise whilst his constituency in Munali is waiting patiently to hear about the proceedings in the House? I seek your serious ruling because the good people of Petauke are here concentrating, but the Minister is busy making noise in front. I seek your serious guidance, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
You honorable members are very privileged because you have an opportunity to go outside, walk around, take a drink while I'm seated here. And this chair is very hard. So please, as you go, honorable member for Petauke, you had gone out for some time. You've come back. The most important thing, you raise your point of order. Let's work quickly so that I can also go and have a drink of water. So, the Honorable Minister, I can't even see. Can we proceed? Honorable Minister, I believe you are disturbing your Honorable Member. I don't know whether you are playing Chimbuya or what. Or they are brothers. Love your brother. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm sure the Honorable Member for Kanchivia and the House indeed will be very happy to note that the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, has actually offered to support us carry out this scientific assessment to know the entire Zambia what type of fertilizer should be applied where. It will be on a map and everyone will have that. So the good part is that this thing has started. As I said, that Eastern Province has been mapped. And every other area in Zambia will be mapped. And it is an ongoing process. It already started, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia, another question?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. A very quick, Honorable Minister. Is there a way of passing the cost for soil repair to fertilizer manufacturing companies? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, what I know is that when the soil has been degraded due to continuous usage of fertilizers, the answer is to lime it, to buy lime and apply it. We are looking, Madam Speaker, in the future to adding lime in our FISIP program, because definitely certain soils have been degraded. But his question, Madam Speaker, was, can you pass that to the fertilizer companies? The way we buy our fertilizer, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure we would achieve that. Maybe in future when the fertilizer will be produced in Zambia. But fertilizer is bought from outside. I don't see how we can manage to capture them to say, come and fix our soils. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Well, we have covered some ground here. Thank you very much. Notes of motion. By prior arrangement, the motion will be moved by the Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that this House urges the government to restructure student loan repayments for university graduates to make the repayments more affordable.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the motion is seconded.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Nalolo. The question is that this House urges the government to restructure the student loan repayments for the university graduates to make the repayments affordable. The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2016, the National Assembly of Zambia enacted the Higher Education Loans and Scholarships Act number 31 of 2016, which established the Higher Education Loans and Scholarships Board, HELSIB. The HELSIB replaced the Bursaries Committee established by the statutory instrument number 182 of 1973 of the Education Act, Cap 134 of the laws of Zambia. Madam Speaker, the HELSIB is mandated to, among other things, determine the criteria and terms for giving loans and scholarships, interest and recovery of loans, and establish systems to secure the repayment of loans by students and the efficient utilization and application of scholarships. Madam Speaker, you may wish to note that upon the enactment of this law, graduates from the public universities such as Copperbelt University and University of Zambia, among others, have suffered huge monthly deductions from their salaries, which they are expected to pay within a period of 10 years. Madam Speaker, the cry from the beneficiaries is that the loan repayment amounts are too high compared to their monthly earnings. This has led to most of the loan beneficiaries being in a financial bondage. Madam Speaker, let me mention that this motion is informed by the campaign promise made by the United Party for National Development, UPND, in the run-up to the August 2021 general elections. During its campaign trail, the UPND bemoaned the plight of university graduates who were incurring huge monthly deductions to repay their student loans and promised that once in power, they would not only restructure but also suspend student loan repayments to the Higher Education Loans and Scholarships Board until a favorable solution was reached. Madam Speaker, on 29th March 2021, which is exactly 2 years ago, His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema posted on his Facebook page that UPND will suspend students' loan repayments immediately the party forms government, lamenting that there is no need to stress the employees in a hard economy.
Order. As the time is 16:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. Business has been suspended for 20 minutes for that healthy break. And at the time business was suspended, the House was considering a motion. And the move of this motion is Mr. Mutotwe Kafuaya, who is Lunte Member of Parliament. And due to prior arrangements, the motion has been moved by Chensali Member of Parliament, Mr. Kalare Mukosa, and it is seconded by Nalolo Member of Parliament, Mr. Imanga Wamunyima. So when business resumes, the member will continue moving this motion. Earlier on, the House did consider 5 questions for oral answer, and the first 2 questions were Understanding Order 76, and these are questions of urgent nature, and 3 questions Understanding Order 74, and these are ordinary questions. And Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Finance and National Planning, and this is Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane, to render a ministerial statement, and the Honorable Minister was updating the House on the performance of the economy as of 31st January 2023. Let's quickly look at what is expected to be considered on the floor of the House when business resumes after the House is done considering the motion, which is restructuring student loan repayments for university graduates. The House will proceed to consider the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee, and the move of this motion is Mr. Sanjay Chanda, who is the chairperson of the Parliamentary Select Committee, urging the House to adopt the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Honorable Madam Justice Professor Mulela Margaret Munalula to serve as President of the Constitutional Court, Mr. Arnold Mwetwa Shidimi to serve as Deputy President of the Constitutional Court, Honorable Madam Justice Maria Mapani Kawimbe, Honorable Mr. Justice Kenneth Mulife, and Mr. Madford Zachariah Mwandenga to serve as judges of the Constitutional Court, and Honorable Mr. Justice Just Mwinde Siavwapa to serve as Judge President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Madam Justice Abba Nea Patel, State Counsel, and Honorable Madam Justice Yvonne Chembe to serve as judges of the Court of Appeal for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, and this document was laid on the table of the House on Monday, 27th of March, 2023. We still have bills, and I'll be able to share with you some of the bills that are expected to be considered on the floor of the House, and these bills are coming at various stages. So keep watching Parliament Television. Take a short break, and I'll be able to share with you some of the business that is yet to be considered on the floor of the House.
Well, my name's Honorable Tyson Sumuzingiri, Member of Parliament for Gwembe, born some 60 years ago, born and bred in Gwembe. Went to school at Sinafala Primary School in Gwembe. Thereafter, I went to Rusangu Secondary School in Monze. For tertiary, I went to Evelyn Horn, where I did physiotherapy, and furthered my education to University of Western Cape, where I obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in physiotherapy. Further, I improved my education credentials and got a Master's in Human Resource. Basically, my profession, I would say I'm an assessment and qualifications expert. As more my working experience, I started with UTH as a physiotherapist, where I worked briefly and joined the education sector with the Examinations Council of Zambia, where I spent 14 years. Moved to Teveta, where I spent 10 years. I had a stint at Zika, where I worked for 2 years. And finally, I joined the Zambia Qualifications Authority as one of the pioneers in the establishment of the Qualifications Authority. And finally, I retired in November 2020 and joined active politics. I am married to a very beautiful wife, Mutinta Siabwengo Simuzingiri. With her, we have 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls. Gwembe is in Southern Province, in the valley. It is a constituency endowed with a lot of resources, but very highly underdeveloped because of basically the road network, which does not attract investors. It is a constituency that lies along the Lake Kariba with very, very good sceneries for investments. Gwembe is highly underdeveloped. Our priority as our agenda for the constituents is that we want to work on the road network because all our feeder roads are in deplorable state, and our main trunk road, which is Gwembe Munyumbwe Chipepo Road, if it's in the rainy season, it becomes even impassable. So the agenda is really to do the road network in Gwembe. And what have we done? We have already submitted and approved for us to buy earth-moving equipment. So far, before end of December, we may receive 4 earth-moving equipment, and once we get them, we'll get into doing our roads. So agenda number 1 really for Gwembe is the road network. Water and sanitation is another issue where we have consistent animal-human conflict along the lake. A lot of our people are beaten and killed by crocodiles. So we intend to buy a rig or a borehole drilling machine so that we are able to drill as many boreholes so that our people do not rely on lake water because they will be confronting with the crocodiles. On health, our intention and agenda is to ensure that in each and every ward we should have a health post. On the education sector, we have a number of community schools which are grass-touched. Our agenda is to ensure that by 2025, basically by 2026, we should be able to build better schools so that we get rid or remove all these grass-touched community schools. We have the aspect of mining, where in Gwembe there's plenty of coal, there's gas and oil. So we would like to enhance exploration so that with the improved road network, we are very, very positive that will attract investors that will start operating mines in Gwembe. Tourism is yet another aspect in Gwembe. When you look at the lake shores, it's all tourism attractions. We have an abandoned Kota Kota Ranch. We are making efforts to ensure that Kota Kota Ranch can be restocked with animals so that we can attract tourists coming into Gwembe. My people in Gwembe, be rest assured that the New Dawn government cares for the people of Gwembe. The New Dawn government has an agenda for Gwembe. The New Dawn government will do everything possible to ensure that we reverse the underdevelopment trajectory that is there in Gwembe, to ensure that we bring even social amenities such as banks, filling station, and many other things that are not currently in Gwembe. We have an agenda to develop Gwembe, and the New Dawn government will definitely develop Gwembe.
Thank you very much. My full names are Nkulukusa Mwabashike, Member of Parliament for Katuba constituency. I was born in 1976 in Chieftainess Mungule, in a village today called Kaseva. During our time it used to be called Mushiko. Went to primary school at Muchenje Primary School in Katuba constituency and proceeded to St. Paul's Secondary School where I did my secondary education. And after finishing my secondary education, I decided to pursue marketing. And so I pursued marketing with the Chartered Institute of Marketing. I'm a chartered marketer by profession and decided also to do my master's in business administration, but mainly majored in international business strategy. Coming to my working careers, National Assembly is the 8th company I'm working for, if you like, if it's a company or it's a state organ. I have worked for a number of organizations, mainly in the private sector. The most recent ones being the Zambia Center for Accountant Studies, where I was head of business development before moving to Zambia Tourism Board, where I was director marketing for about almost 10 years there. Those are the recent two. Of course, I worked for World Vision, I worked for Bookworld, I worked for Pamozi Hotel. As I have said, this is my 8th organization to work for. And in November 2020, I left Zambia Tourism Board in pursuit to become Member of Parliament for Katuba constituency. And in 2021, on 21st of August, I was elected as Member of Parliament for Katuba constituency. Yes, I am married to a very beautiful wife, Ethel Mukonde Nkulukusa. She has given me 4 beautiful children, 2 girls and 2 boys. Katuba constituency is it's a mixed constituency. It used to be fully defined as rural, but now we are seeing a lot of peri-urbanness coming in, more especially on the roadside. As you know, Katuba constituency from the Lusaka side, I border Matero, I border Mandevu, I border Chongwe, I border Chisamba, I also border Mwembeshi, I border Chilanga. So with all these rural migration, we used to be used so much to urban migration, but we are now seeing a lot of rural migration. So Katuba now has become a peri-urban rural constituency. Peri-urban more on the east side and more rural on the west side. But generally it is an agricultural constituency. The livelihood of the people is more based on agriculture. And of course, we are seeing a little bit of small-scale businesses, more especially in the agricultural sector. People are growing a lot of tomatoes, they're growing a lot of cabbages, and all agricultural products that they are pushing into Lusaka, the Lusaka market, and that is helping Katuba so much. Katuba has a lot of challenges. Despite being so near the proximity to Lusaka, we face a lot of challenges like any other rural constituency in this country. Some of the challenges include infrastructure when it comes to education sector. We found a lot of dilapidated infrastructure. When I was visiting some of the schools, you can imagine I was told the teachers' houses were built in the 1960s. And those are the houses that they are still relying on to host teachers. So we have a lot of challenges in terms of education infrastructure, health infrastructure, more challenges in the network of roads, the road infrastructure. Again, despite having the proximity of Lusaka, we still face a lot of challenges that some roads during the rain season are impassable. Some areas cannot be reached. We also have challenges of network. You know, nowadays, network, phone connectivity opens a lot of opportunities. And Katuba being near, there are a lot of business opportunities if people are connected 24/7. So the issue of network is another issue because it is hindering people to a lot of business opportunities. And of course, the issue of electricity. There is a belief that once you take a phone network, you take roads, and you take electricity, then development follows. Because you and me who would like to invest a little monies we have earned who go there and invest because the place is accessible, both telephonically as well as on the road. So really, in a nutshell, that is what Katua is. It's a youth. It has a lot of youth population. There is a lot of footballing and netballing taking place there. Almost every weekend throughout the week, you will have to be officiating at a certain football match or a netball tournament. Otherwise, with the coming in of the new Dawn administration, with the increased funding in terms of devolved funds on CDF, we are hopeful that within the first 3 years of this government being in power, Katua is going to be transformed. Developmental agenda for Katua is mainly anchored on 4 things. Number 1, to ensure that every child in every school sits on the desk and has clean drinking water with proper sanitary services. Number 2, to ensure that we have enough health posts and clinics that people do not have to walk 10 kilometers to access a health post or a clinic. I am very happy that the government decided to give me a hospital. So now we are going to have a referral hospital. It's almost at 80% construction. And for the first time, Katua is going to have a referral hospital, which is going to be easier for people that are being treated in health posts and clinics to be referred if the ailments are serious. So that is the second issue. The third issue is to make Katua accessible by road. And this is to make the trunk road. We have one trunk road that connects Lusaka through 10 miles to Kembe. And we want to, so far the tarmac is only 13 kilometers. It is supposed to go up to about 46 kilometers. And we are working hard to ensure that the only trunk road that cuts through the middle of the constituency is tarred. Then of course also we want to make sure that the feeder roads within the constituency are also put to at least all-weather roads so that people can access any part of Katua, either be rainy season or dry season. So we want to make sure the feeder roads are improved to all weather roads. Then, of course, last not the least, we want to make sure that the connectivity, mobile connectivity network in Katua is there because, as I have said earlier on, it looks so simple, but it has a lot of potential to open a lot of business opportunities, including employment opportunities. My last word to the people of Katua is to encourage the people of Katua to remain a bit patient. I know sometimes when you have so many needs, you may want to satisfy them in the shortest period of time, which may require a lot of resources. We now have enough resources. CDF has again been increased in 2023 to 28.3 million kwacha, which is enough resources now to ensure that as we prioritize our developmental agenda, we are going to make sure that within 3 years, all the major developmental agendas are going to be resolved so that we remain with the minor one. Rome was not built in a day, and Katua definitely is not going to be built in a day, but you can be rest assured that within 3 years, the whole constituency is going to be transformed. What I am asking for is a little bit of patience, togetherness, and trusting in each other as we represent you.
In few seconds' time, business resumes. At the time business was suspended for that healthy break, the House was considering a motion, and the mover of this motion is Mr. Kafwaya, who is Lunte Member of Parliament, and by prior arrangement, the motion was moved by Chinsali Member of Parliament and seconded by Mr. Imenga Wamunyima. Urging the House is urging government to restructure the student loan repayments for university graduates to make the repayable repayments affordable. And at the time business was suspended, the mover was moving this motion. Still to come, we do have government bills. The Minister of Justice is presenting a bill, the Human Rights Commission, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, and this bill seeks to provide for the membership functions, operations, and financial management of the Human Rights Commission, repeal and replace the Human Rights Commission Act of 1996 and provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing.
Madam Speaker.
When business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Chinsali that this House urges the government to restructure the student loan repayments for the university graduates to make the repayments affordable. And the Honorable Member for Chinsali was debating the motion. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was saying that on 29th March 2021, which is exactly 2 years ago, His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema posted on his Facebook page that UPND will suspend students' loan repayments immediately the party forms government, lamenting that there is no need to stress the employees in a hard economy. And I do agree with this post, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on 31st March 2021, again, President HH posted on his Facebook page that the bursary and student loan policy should not apply interest on the so-called student loans currently at 15% per annum. He further suggested that the repayment percentage must be reduced to something like 2.5% of someone's basic salary from the current 25%. I equally agree with this suggestion that was made by our beloved President. Madam Speaker, it is now over 1 year, 6 months since the UPND took over power, and we have not seen the actualization of the aforesaid campaign promise by the President, where he suggested that the loan repayments will be suspended immediately UPND assumes office. Madam Speaker, the gist of this motion is to call upon the government to speedily act on the restructuring of the student loan repayment scheme so as to reduce the financial pressure on our graduates. Madam Speaker, through this motion, we request the government to do the following critical things: to immediately suspend the student loan repayments until a favorable position is reached in line with President HH's aspirations, to reduce the interest rate so that the overall amount repaid reduces, which lowers the levels of indebtedness by graduates in the long term, and to reduce the monthly repayment amounts or lengthen the recovery period to give graduates a relief. Madam Speaker, doing the aforementioned will give graduates some financial space to possibly cater for their basic needs and support their families. Madam Speaker, just like President HH stated in his Facebook post of 31st March 2021, education is a human right, and government is there to provide social services which include education, and therefore government should not be seen to be taking advantage of the vulnerable graduates by overcharging them with high interest. Whilst it is appreciated, Madam Speaker, that the funds from which students are sponsored are from taxpayers' money, let me state that the same former students are equal players when it comes to paying of various taxes. Hence, the need to help them by restructuring the loan repayment scheme. All that is required, Madam Speaker, is political will from those entrusted to run the affairs of our country, especially in light of the high cost of living that our country is experiencing. Madam Speaker, I am alive to the fact that HELSIB has plans to restructure the loan scheme. However, the current happenings, Madam Speaker, there is no indication that has been given by the government as to what is being done, which is resulting in speculation regarding the commitment of the government, the UPND government, to this issue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need to note that the longer it takes for HELSIP to restructure the student loans, the more our graduates are going to be subjected to misery and financial bondage. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to state that the majority of our graduates are struggling to pay back the loans due to high monthly reductions imposed by the current loan repayment structure, which is not only unfavorable, but also unsustainable. Madam Speaker, the cost of living at the moment is high, and the economy is hard. The economy is not just hard for the citizens, it is also hard for the government. That is why the government has embarked on the process of pursuing a debt restructuring. That's why the government has embarked on the process of restructuring its debt. Currently, even today we heard the Minister of Finance mentioned to what the government is doing to negotiate with the creditors so that government can restructure its debt so that it is given a relief. It is for this reason, Madam Speaker, that even the students who have graduated and they are on this loan scheme, they should be given the same relief so that they can have some breathing space. Madam Speaker, I therefore call upon all honorable members of this House, of this August House, to support this motion. Madam Speaker, I would like to state that this motion is not meant to politic or to gain any political mileage. It is just meant to help actualize what our president was talking about. Because I do believe that the intentions of the president when he said we restructure the student loans, he was a student at the University of Zambia, so he understands the struggles that the students go through. He was also a graduate, so he understands the struggles that graduates go through after they finish the university. So it is our responsibility, if the president has good plans, to make sure that we help him actualize those plans. So we should not be seen to be pulling the other side when the president is pulling the other side. Therefore, Madam Speaker, anyone who will shoot this motion down is basically going against the presidential aspirations. Madam Speaker, with these remarks, I thank you.
Honorable member, before you finish, our standing orders actually do not permit a member to use the name of the president to tilt any debate. So please, as you debate, bear that in mind. So, and this is a standing order 65 to C. A member who is debating shall not use the president's name to influence debate. So let's bear that in mind as we debate. Thank you. You can conclude.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can just end by saying that this motion is all about supporting what the UPND believes in. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. I would like, first of all, to thank your office, Honorable Madam Speaker, for according me the opportunity to second this non-controversial, non-political motion, which is centered upon government policy currently. Madam Speaker, I would also like to thank the mover of the motion, represented
Order,
here.
honorable members on the right, let's listen to the debate. There's too much noise. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to thank the mover of the motion, who has been represented ably by the Honorable Member for Chinsali, Honorable Kalalwe Mkosa. Madam Speaker, this motion is a historic motion because it will determine whether we are leaders who are caring about the next generation or leaders who want to put the political divide as a priority in this country. Madam Speaker, I want to first recognize the efforts of the New Dawn government in, first of all, restoring meal allowances. This is not political. This is what should happen. Meal allowances have been restored in universities. Secondly, we commend them for introducing free education, which has increased the number of people that should qualify to universities. Now, this being the case, we now are calling upon the New Dawn government to actualize their promise to restructure this loan repayment system, Madam Speaker, which is hurting graduates who are working. Madam Speaker, I would like to be factual, and as the Honorable Member for Chinsali has moved, let us just start first by looking at the Jesuit Center for Theological Research food basket of this country stands at 9,000 kwacha. And a survey on the average salary of a Zambia graduate, according to PayLab, an international salary survey, stands at 7,000 kwacha. A graduate graduates to earn 7,000 kwacha. And the current food basket for an average family of 5 stands at 9,000 kwacha. So already, before you even have this loan deduction, which is at 15% compound interest annually, Madam Speaker, I would like to place it on record that there is no such repayment scheme in Africa with such a huge interest rate. And the Act itself, the Higher Education Loans and Scholarship Board Act, number 31 of 2016, does not even talk about what should be the actual deduction or percentage. This is an administrative issue that is decided by the board itself. So we are appealing to this House, to the conscience of every member of Parliament, to understand that the current rate is unrealistic. It does not fit in the economic standards that we have today. Madam Speaker, when you look at the SI that established the Bursaries Committee before the introduction of the 2016 Act, it was an SI 182 of 1973. The previous setting did not require this to be treated as a loan. This used to be a grant. Madam Speaker, I will give an example. The University of Zambia has produced 3 Republican presidents in this country who benefited from this grant. None of them have ever paid or serviced a loan, including our current president, who I agree with and committed that the moment they will take over office, they will need to suspend loan repayments immediately. And we are urging the government to relook at these loan repayments because, first of all, the unemployment rates are too high. Already those that are formally employed, undergraduates, are already not getting enough. Now, Madam Speaker, I have a practical example of one student, and I will not be able to get into the details of the name, but this particular student earned former student or graduate, earned 7,000 kwacha. When deductions come, NAPSA and so forth, pay, and the student loan kicks in of 2,700, this person goes home with 2,500. Now, how do you even pay school fees in 2,500 for your children? How do you buy groceries for your children? And just a practical example of how unrealistic this interest is. I understand that this is a legacy issue. We are not apportioning blame. We are here to apportion leadership and corrective measures. In fact, Madam Speaker, this is a good example. This particular student, the principal loan they owe the University of Zambia is 128,392. When 15% interest is added and amortized for the next 10 years, they will be required to pay 120,177, which is just 8,000 difference with what they paid. So in total, this particular student has to service in 10 years at 15% compound interest over 250,000. Now, Madam Speaker, this has become an urgent matter because more than ever before, there is a genuine concern that the cost of living is going up. Currently, inflation is rising to double digit. Madam Speaker, further to this, you would agree with me, Madam Speaker, that for an economy to be functional, we do not need to encourage extra debt. What these graduates are doing is because they cannot adequately service their loan, they are incurring additional debt, and additional debt. The Ministry of Health confirmed to this House that part of the increased numbers of suicide includes issues to do with financial distress. Madam Speaker, our graduates in this beautiful country of Zambia are financially distressed because these deductions are unrealistic and they border on really affecting their ability to spend. Madam Speaker, going forward, it is important that the Ministry of Education should consider in future, perhaps, a levy on education that would encourage that going forward, this act should even be changed so that we can get back to status quo, what it was before. People were getting grants, they've been educated, and now when tough times are setting their ugly face on our beautiful country, we even have 15% compound interest on loans that we can manage. Madam Speaker, I do not think it is rocket science to address this issue. I would like to submit that the new Dawn government can implement their promise as they had made. I submit.
Thank you. Is the motion opposed? So for purposes of managing time, we'll give the movers of the motion this is in addition to the mover and seconder, we'll give them 2 more debaters, the independents 2, the opposers 3. Then the minister will respond, and then they'll be winding up. So we start with we go to the people who are opposing. The Honorable Nkurukusa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to actually stand and comment and give an opposition to this motion. Ideally, Madam Speaker, we should have not been discussing the issue of opposing the motion. Ideally, what is being proposed should have been agreed to. But what we are not agreeing to, Madam Speaker, is this perpetual desire for plagiarism, to plagiarize ideas and want to bring them into the House and pretend they are your own ideas. And we all know that by all measure, plagiarism is tantamount to intellectual property theft. And for us, we believe that for this idea, it is highly plagiarized. We all know that in the manifesto, and including the president, he was talking about how we can give relief to the students that are paying these loans. We also all know that not long ago, the president gave strategic direction to the Ministry of Education to make sure that they find ways of how they can restructure to give relief for the 14,500 students that are paying these student bursaries, out of the total number of about 36,000 that should have been paid. And because the number is small, the president gave direction for a relief. And we all know that in February, the process started, which culminated into a concept paper to look at options of how the relief could be given. But to plagiarize that idea, Madam Speaker, and come into this House and pretend to be the mover of the idea becomes a challenge for us. And that is the concept we are saying. I think at the level we are, we should be bringing ideas that are new, that government is not working on, that government might not be considering. I heard one member, the seconder, talking about. I heard
There is a point of order that has been raised.
Speaker, I rise on a very serious procedural point of order. And this point of order, Madam Speaker, is meant to safeguard the office of you, Madam Speaker, and your clerks. The procedure to process motions, Madam Speaker, is very well known. And when you, as Madam Speaker, admit a motion for debate, it means you have scrutinized it and you have found it suitable. Is the honorable member on the floor in order to insinuate that this motion is plagiarized material which is being tabled in Parliament?
Order, honorable members, let's not respond. Let's maintain order in the House.
Madam Speaker, I understand that we are all learning to appreciate how this institution operates, but we need to be all acquainted with the procedures of this institution, Madam Speaker, in order to respect it. So when a motion is processed, Madam Speaker, it's serious business. And if people have got opposing views to the motion, they must not use sentiments that get to undermine your jurisdiction, Madam Speaker. Is the honorable member, therefore, in order to insinuate that this motion is plagiarized material, which your office processed? I seek your serious guidance, Madam Speaker, because this is becoming a trend. And if we don't deal with it now, we might dilute the essence of this institution. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. When a motion is submitted for approval, the officers in the Speaker's office look at it whether it's a matter that can be debated. When we admit it for debate, it doesn't mean that we either support it or we are against it. We just find that it's material that members of parliament can exercise their right to debate for and against. So when a member is debating against, doesn't mean that they're undermining the authority of the office of the Speaker. And if they are going to support it, this doesn't mean that they are promoting the office of the Speaker. Members are free to debate the motion. At the end of the day, they can vote or whatever. The Speaker does not have a role to play during the debate of the motion. That will be my ruling. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We really, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. All we are trying to say, Madam Speaker, is that it may not be good practice that we go to see what the executive are doing, then we come and preempt what the executive are doing in order to be seen to be the one driving the seat. I think that is the point we are trying to drive home. Madam Speaker, just to give basically a background of what is happening in the region, there is nothing strange that is happening in the region. If you look at Malawi, they are doing the same formula. They have 15% interest, but they are actually doing it in lesser years than Zambia is doing. You go to Namibia, it is still 15% interest. They are doing it in lesser years than Zambia is doing. However, we all agree that the 14,000, the few 14,000 students, former students, that are contributing now have pressure and they need relief. And the government right now, in the concept paper, are looking at how can we put the relief. One of the measures is to reduce the interest rates, and that brings the relief. The other measure is to ensure the amortization of the balances based on the annual balances. That we can bring relief. The other measure is to increase the period that you put. But what we will not agree, Madam Speaker, is to be given the model of how it should be done when they know that government is already doing it. There is a concept paper and the Ministry of Education is in the process to present that. Because it is a directive. When the president makes a pronouncement, we all know that becomes a policy statement, and the ministry moves to ensure. And this was the campaign promise, Madam Speaker. What also we tend to wonder is this was not introduced now. This was introduced some time back. What did they do to give the relief to these students that actually are now moving forward to see what relief they can get? Madam Speaker, as I have said earlier on, ideally we should have not been discussing this motion, but what we will not accept is the material ideas and others that are plagiarized based on where the executive is going and bringing it into the House in order to be seen to be the ones that are moving the agenda. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, there was an indication for points of order from both Honorable Member for Chirubi and Chama South. Honorable members, let's not debate through points of order. This is a debate. Take your note and respond to the point of order. Honorable Member for Chairman South, what's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, well guided. Since I've indicated to debate, I'll debate, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, just a few minutes ago, you guided using standing order number 65, 2C to be specific, about sweeping in the president's name in the debate. The member of parliament who was just from debating, I counted before he finished, he mentioned and swept in the president's name 5 times. And I don't know whether that particular standing order applies to him or it applies to other members.
Order, honorable members. As I earlier indicated, honorable members are not supposed to bring in the name of the president in their debate. I guided earlier, but the honorable member for Chisali, even after being guided, he continued. Honorable members, let me guide again that according to Standing Order 65 2C, let me just read it. 65 2C, a member who is debating shall not use the president's name to influence the debate. So if the idea is to influence the debate, the name of the president should not be mentioned. If it's just in the course of the debate, you can mention the name of the president, but if your intention is to influence the debate, then please do not use the name of the president. Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you, very kind Madam Speaker, for permitting the voice of Lumezi to support this non-controversial but progressive motion. Madam Speaker, I'll start with what the mover and the seconder have said. This was a campaign promise of the current ruling party. In fact, what I would have expected of them was to say we suspend the loan distribution for now. We come up with a reasonable percentage that the ex-graduates could be paying monthly. The 15% that they're paying is huge, Madam Speaker. Agreeing with the mover and the seconder of the motion, Madam Speaker, the cost of living is extremely high, such that only a few cabals are having it easy to survive 3 decent meals in a day. Some people, Madam Speaker, like myself, will eat 1 meal a day by choice, not because I can't afford, but the people out there that eat a meal once a day. They're paying loans. The cost of fuel is going up every day. Bag of mealie meal is expensive in different regions. It's going as far as 360 kwacha. And then you are deducting this loan at 15%, not understanding the dynamics of what the ex-students are going through. Madam Speaker, I heard from Honorable Member for Katuwa mentioning jurisdictions like Malawi, I wouldn't think that such a jurisdiction is a good example. As we saw just the other day, we were donating relief food to a country like Malawi. So it's not the best for benchmarking. Madam Speaker, we should try by all means to be benchmarking using countries that have best practices when it comes to paying back loans. It is also noteworthy, Madam Speaker, you talked of plagiarism, Honorable Member. If indeed it was plagiarism, I think this House permits all members to move motions. Bring such progressive motions and we'll support them so that we are not accused of being copycat members. Madam Speaker, Honorable Member talked of plagiarism, and I disagree to say this is plagiarism. This cost of living, Madam Speaker, has led to many young people into a lot of wrongdoing.
Order, honorable members have guided that let's not debate through points of order. We have a lot of work which we have to attend to. So unless if it's a matter of life and death, the honorable minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, it's very close to being a matter of life and death. Madam Speaker, I'm extremely worried. Zambia and Malawi, Madam Speaker, enjoy very cordial relations. But the manner of debate, Madam Speaker, and I'm standing in pursuant to Clause 65, I think that the manner of debate is extremely demeaning to our sister country, Malawi. Yes, Zambia donated some relief or provided some relief on account that Malawi has been undergoing some disasters. One, they've been grappling with the cholera outbreak, but also the cyclone Freddy. But to come here is the Member of Parliament for Lumezi in order to debate in a manner that is extremely demeaning to our neighboring country, to suggest that we cannot benchmark with a country such as Malawi. We must be considering other countries just on account that we provided some relief. I think that this is quite demeaning. Is he therefore in order to debate in that manner? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for that point of order. Honorable Member for Lumezi, as you debate, please avoid disparaging other countries where we enjoy very good diplomatic relations. And also, it was not their fault. It was an act of God that something like that happened to them. It could happen to anyone. So let's not rejoice in our sister country's misery. Please, as you debate, let's not bring in the names of other countries. It's undiplomatic. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the guidance. Just to clarify the point I was putting across, I did not mean to injure.
No, just proceed. Just proceed. Just proceed.
Madam Speaker, lack of economic freedom could be one of the major reasons for the loss of life. Madam Speaker, depression is real.
Stick to the motion.
I'm speaking to the motion, Madam Speaker,
okay,
and qualifying my statements why I believe that this House should agree to this motion. The high cost of living is causing people to go into depression, failing to fend for their families. Madam Speaker, talking of plagiarism, speaking to this motion in a very subtle way, we'll be expecting the Vice President of the United States of America tomorrow in this country. We shall not condemn the plagiarism if it is repeated in Zambia with the statements that came from Kenya. It is the cost of living that is forcing our young people to get involved in the ills of LGBTs. It is the cost of living.
Order. Honorable Member, There is order. There is a motion on the floor. Let's stick to that motion on the floor. No matter how much you love this LTGB thing, please keep away from it. We are not debating that motion right now. So stick to the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this motion is in a way telling us to promote an avenue that will discourage the former graduates, young people, from being involved in practicing the unnatural things, from practicing illicit behavior like gambling, because then they'll have a better source of income and manage the many debts that they're faced with. If the cost of living, Madam Speaker, is not addressed by bringing in such measures, we'll have so many wrong things happening, and then we'll have no one to blame but ourselves. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the graduates that we are speaking on behalf of are voters. They are feeling the cost of living. How do we, as reasonable members, oppose such a progressive motion that is speaking to the people that are faced with the cost of living on a daily basis? Madam Speaker, tomorrow I'll be one of those members protesting, and then surely
Order. Honorable members, your intentions about tomorrow are not being debated on the floor of this House. Please stick to the motion. Stick to the motion.
So, Madam Speaker, we should adopt good practices when opposing such progressive motions. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Madam Speaker, colleagues on the right, start bringing progressive motions that we should be supporting, and we make progress. I submit, Madam Speaker.
It's not the time to advise, it's to debate. Thank you, Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, let me state that I'm supporting this very important motion. Let me begin by maybe looking at what restructuring is, because the key word is restructuring the repayment of this loan. The idea of giving the loans to our students is a very good idea. It's the idea that we need to uphold and protect if many are to access higher education. We all know that free education ends at grade 12. But if we are to produce meaningful citizens, we need our citizens that are exposed to tertiary education. And that can only be attained if there is sustainable financial base. And these loans have proved actually to be one of the means through which our people can access tertiary education. Madam Speaker, if you go to University of Zambia, you find our children piled up in one room. 10, 15 in one room. This is an emergency, Madam Speaker. I was just talking yesterday with the Honorable Minister of Education that after interacting with my good brother there, the Dean of Students, Mr. Munkombwe, there is need for us as members of Parliament to work closely with our colleagues who are sitting in front of this august House to ensure that the needs of our students, especially when it comes to accommodation, which is part of the loan, they are paying 3,900. per bed space. But if you look at the environment in which they are, others are forced, Madam Speaker, to stay in Kalingalinga, and we're even losing lives of these students. Madam Speaker, restructuring of the loan, in my understanding, simply means the government should find a way of lessening the burden on these graduates. I know the best option, others would argue, is that we scrap it off completely, because examples are being given, Madam Speaker, that probably the presiding officers of this House access to free education, including myself, Madam Speaker. I have to admit, when I was at the university, I accessed bursary, which I'm not repaying, but times have changed. Colleagues, times have changed. We have more pupils or graduating from grade 12 who want to access higher education. Now, this motion is urging the government to restructure. Restructuring means probably reducing the interest rates, increasing the period. For example, if you are deducting 2,500, you start deducting 500 kwacha, then increase the number of years in which these students can repay the loan. By so doing, we'll be reducing the burden on these former beneficiaries of this loan scheme. Or alternatively, you can reduce the interest rate. Instead of 15%, why not put it at 2%? We will still be happy, Madam Speaker. We have a lot of cooperating partners that probably can write off or inject more life into this fund, which can lead to actually cancellation of these loans. And it has happened in many other countries. Madam Speaker, initiatives such as broadening the sponsors of this facility can also be a good option. We have corporate entities in this country, such as the mines, including this National Assembly. A number of us in here are graduates either from University of Zambia or Copperbelt University. Now we have more universities. Why not allow these institutions to directly take over such responsibilities? So for me, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Chama South, what this motion is urging the government is not for it to discontinue the facility, but restructure. Times are hard. We have all acknowledged that fact. If you look at our exchange rate today, Madam Speaker, it's almost approaching 22 kwacha. It's 21.2 or 3 to a dollar. This has a ripple effect on these graduates. Their disposable income is getting affected every day because of sustained increase in our essential goods and services in terms of prices. So it is just fair that our colleagues, especially the Minister of Education, looks into this in terms of lessening the burden on these students, former students, by restructuring their own repayments. I see no reason, Madam Speaker, why someone can oppose such an idea. These are students, Madam Speaker, who tomorrow will ensure that we come back here and say here by voting for us. With these few contributions, Madam Speaker, I'm very confident that those who wanted to oppose the motion will be able to rethink and support this non-controversial motion. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. The next debater is the Honorable Anakoka. Oh, sorry. Honorable Member for Luena. Because the name was...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to debate this motion. Madam Speaker, from the outset, we would like to indicate that this is a matter that we take very, very, very seriously, as on your right. Madam Speaker, this is a matter that concerns human capital development. Now,
Honorable Member for Kankoyo, please go back to your seat.
Madam Speaker,
they might give you a coffee there, so please. Proceed, Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this is a matter we take very seriously, and we do not think a serious matter such as this one should be used for politicking. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank our colleagues for two things. One, they certainly are now reading our manifesto. And when reading our manifesto, they came to learn that this is a matter that we had promised that we were going to deal with. Secondly, Madam Speaker, they are paying attention to the presidential announcements. They themselves have acknowledged that the president actually recently talked about this matter. And he gave direction.
Just avoid the use of the name, the president's name.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's remind the nation that this same loans system that they are talking about, not too long ago, our colleagues on your left came here and proposed that it should be introduced in private universities. This same bad system, loan recovery system, that they want to be revised. Madam Speaker, let's remind the nation what else they did. We are talking about these loans because before the loans were introduced, and guess by who, there was a bursary system where there was no repayment at all. They introduced the loans themselves. On top of introducing the loans, Madam Speaker, they removed the meal allowances. They removed the meal allowances. And they didn't stop there. They went further to ban student union activities in these universities. Madam Speaker, and the loans came at such a high interest. The 15% they are talking about was introduced by themselves. Madam Speaker, we do not think people that already demonstrated they had no idea what to do should be lecturing us on what to do. However, we want to agree with them that this is a very bad idea the way they had introduced it. It's no wonder we are doing the following. We have systematically been dealing with this issue of financing education in the country, starting from the very beginning, from cradle to grave. We introduced free education from grade 1 to grade 12. We have expanded the coverage of skills development throughout the country through the constituency development. We have reintroduced the meal allowances, which they removed so crudely from suffering children. Today, our students are getting some relief. And we have expanded the coverage of the loans coverage to so many students to ensure that the issue of human capital development is addressed comprehensively. Madam Speaker, my colleague who debated earlier already indicated the government is addressing this matter because we care about our students and our graduates. We are aware that student financing is a matter that is very touchy and very complex, even in advanced economies. It's a matter that even in America, they keep on trying to look for what's the best way of financing higher education. Even in the UK, it's a matter that you'll find being debated even today. So what is the government doing to address this matter? Number one, the government is reviewing the whole higher education financing system. We do not want this piecemeal approach where you just deal with the repayments alone, you deal with interest alone, because that was exactly the approach which got us to this. We want a methodical approach that looks at the whole system and the whole chain.
Not plagiarism.
And that's why the government is looking at the model financing. And the various options are already being considered. And once the package is ready, they will hear the announcement and they will see it being implemented. Number two, we are looking at the repayment options. What are the options available in order to alleviate the burden on the shoulders of our students? We are mindful of the fact that if somebody is getting 5,000 kwacha and the 2,500 is going towards repayment of the student loan, that is not a sustainable way of doing things. We are aware of that. However, having said so, Madam Speaker, this motion is not going to get a nod from us today. For a very simple reason, that what they are proposing that we should do is way behind. We are way past that point. We are way past that point in re-looking at this whole student financing system.
We are very far.
So we are looking at how we can incentivize our graduates in order to increase the compliance periods. We are looking at offering incentives such as if 2-3 members of the same family access loans and they are repaying, progressively you can be giving them lower repayments on account of the fact that there is compliance in that family. You can look at by sector segregation. Employees or graduates that go to work in the public sector can get a lower repayment than employees that go to work in the private sector. All these are practical options that are being implemented in some of the jurisdictions around us. So, Madam Speaker, not to belabor the point, we want to say no to this motion, but we want to assure our graduates out there that what we are putting in place, what the government is working on, is a far much better option than just tinkering with the repayment period or with just the interest structure. We want to revisit the whole financing system. If, in fact, we get to a point where our fiscal pace becomes accommodating, it's even possible to get back to where we are giving bursaries. Because the idea that Honorable Mnyima was mentioning here of introducing an education levy can actually fill our basket to such an extent that we can go back to what they removed when they were in charge of national affairs. So, Madam Speaker, we are saying no, not because we do not acknowledge the challenges that our graduates are facing there, but because we do not agree with their approach. We have our own approach which we are working on and we will be implementing soon. I wish to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Usakili. Honorable Member from Pika, please, we don't have, sorry, Honorable Member for Usakili. Honorable Member from Pika, I want to raise a point of order, or what is this? I've already advised and guided that we don't have much time. If you have any point that you want to raise and you want to debate, you can give it to the person who is debating to debate on your behalf. And most of the time we are repeating ourselves. Let's avoid repeating ourselves. What's the issue, Honorable Member?
Madam Speaker, I stand as guided. However, Madam Speaker, I have been compelled to raise this point of order pursuant to Standing Order number 205A, defies a ruling or in a direction of a presiding officer. Madam Speaker, you actually directed the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kankoyo to go back to his seat. However, he decided to leave the House. That is wait, I'm still... Madam Speaker, am I protected?
Order. You see what we are doing now? We are just wasting time. We are wasting time. Honorable Member for Kankoyo is there seated in his chair.
At that time when you had directed him, Madam Speaker, he left.
But you know that he couldn't pass behind me. He could not pass behind me.
He could pass here, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we are wasting time. Honorable Member for Usakile, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the motion to restructure the student repayment loan to make it affordable. Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief because this is a non-controversial motion. I think I'll speak under 3 minutes or 4 minutes. Madam Speaker, they say knowledge is power. In governance, there is no plagiarism. In governance, there is only checks and balances. And in providing checks and balances, you also propose policy alternatives. What we have also is to make sure the government deliver their promises. This is what is happening here. So there is no plagiarism. Even plagiarism, I think it is only in the education sector. And it is not 100%. There is a percentage where they even start from. So I just wanted to make straight to that point, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, police coherence is critical. If us as a country we are to attain SDG number 4, which calls for quality education for all, we need to have police coherence. Currently, we do have our secondary schools that are offloading a lot of school leavers with grade 12 certificates. And those ones who are lucky to access higher education in the public universities or public higher learning institutions, they have 4 options available. 1 is the student loan, 2, bursary, 3rd, CDF, the 4th one, self-sponsorship. But this discussion today is centered on the student loan. On a sad note, Madam Speaker, these grade 12 school leavers who opt for student loan from the higher education loan, they are faced with a twin challenge of unemployment. It is very sad, Madam Speaker. The other challenge is once they are employed also, they become highly indebted, poor workers because of the toxic assets they inherit from the student loan, from the microfinancing loans, from the bank loans. So there is a need to restructure these student loans. This is not debatable in the manner I've seen the ruling government. Us on our side, we are just helping you deliver what you promised the people. Minister of Education, through you, Madam Speaker, I have a message on my phone which was sent to me on 11 December 2022. One of these graduates who are employed somewhere in the copper belt was crying. He gets 4,400. They are deducting 2,000 kwacha. I was even shocked when I heard from my honorable colleague from Mezi saying it's a 15%. But when I calculate somebody who's getting a 4,400, they are deducting 2,000 kwacha. This is almost a 50% deduction. So this is not, we are not politicking here. We are here just to ask on behalf of these graduates. The situation itself, Madam Speaker, whichever angle you look at it, it creates a toxic asset. The Higher Education Scholarship Board, they are sitting on toxic assets from the graduates who are unemployed. We also have these graduates who are employed, who are failing to keep their head on top of the water because of these inherited
toxic asset arising from the student loan microfinance, as I mentioned. And the vision of government, or if the question that we are supposed to be asking ourselves, why create a toxic debt when the vision of government is free education, including quality education for all? Why? Our population, Madam Speaker, where we're coming from, it was a small population. They had to shift to student loan because of the population. They were looking at sustainability, even including the number growing big.
Order, honorable members.
So,
Please,
through this motion, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Let's not debate while seated. May the honorable member continue.
Through this motion, Madam Speaker, I want to propose to the ruling government to increase funding through extending of CDF to these students in the public higher learning institutions. We also need to increase the student levy, which is currently seated at 0.5% of the payroll to 1%, like our colleagues in South Africa. These are the proposals that you are making. I will not be compelled to respond to anyone because humbly I want to ask on behalf of these graduates who are suffering out there, who are failing to look after their families because of what they are going through. They are in a very precarious situation. I don't care what you are saying.
Members on my right, please order.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of so many graduates who are new entrants on the labor market, we humbly ask, on their behalf, we humbly ask this government to restructure the student repayment loan so that it is sustainable, so that they can be able to pay for their accommodation, to pay for their clothing, also to pay for their transport as they go to work. This is the humble appeal to the ruling government on behalf of these new entrants on the labor market who are graduates from the higher learning institutions in this country. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. That was a long 3 minutes. The honorable member for Kafulafuta, honorable member for Petauke, because of time, we just allow one person. Whether I want to share your minutes, we have a lot of work. Sorry, I can't accommodate. Honorable member for Kafulafuta.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving us an opportunity to debate the motion on the floor. Madam Speaker, I must say I'm kind of disappointed to see us debate this matter, which our colleagues in the ruling party are calling plagiarism. To me, that simply means they are agreeing with the fact that the motion is actually good, except it's not his original idea. Now, in plagiarism, you don't call somebody to have plagiarized material if they own up to say, I got this material from this and that. So, to save our time, Madam Speaker, what I would have expected was for our colleagues in the ruling party to say, well, this is a good idea. We already have it in plan. We are doing this for our Zambian people. We're not doing this for political parties or anybody. So can we really calm down and do what is beneficial for our people? This is why we are here. I've seen, Madam Speaker, without wasting much time, I've seen in other jurisdictions where students have to pay back their loans. They have a threshold where they'll say, for example, if somebody gets 10,000 pounds, then they can begin to repay their loans. If we're just going to say, because you're a graduate, you have to start paying back even someone who has a low income, in the end, the government will lose out because these graduates will begin to move to other jurisdictions where they can avoid paying back these loans. So I think that we've wasted your time, Madam Speaker, by debating this matter, which is so obvious, which in principle we are all agreeing to, that this is the way it should be. Refusing to take such a motion, Madam Speaker, is like a husband who says, I can't take my wife's advice because she's a woman. Why? I mean, if you want to build your home, and if you're wise enough, take your wife's advice for the benefit of your family. So I think that this matter shouldn't be debated the way we have done, because it's a straightforward matter, Madam Speaker. We are in agreement. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Southern Province.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to contribute on the motion on the floor of this House, and I hope I can add light to demystify a very simple issue that we are debating about on the floor of this House. It has already been stated, and I can only simply reiterate that this indeed was a UPND campaign, electoral campaign commitment or promise, which His Excellency the President of the Republic promised.
If we can avoid mentioning the president, just mention the party.
Promised, Madam Speaker, that once he forms government, he will ensure that he looks to and attends to this matter. Secondly, Madam Speaker, that once that such government was formed, the President did reiterate his commitment to the same.
Order, Honorable Member. Please avoid you bringing the name of the President in the debate. Just mention the party or the ruling party without mentioning the President, because I guided the other members. It will not be fair for me to allow you to use.
Madam Speaker, I'm mentioning him as to the fact that he stated it and not to influence debate.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once government under his leadership was formed, he did reiterate to walk the talk of his electoral commitment. And I'm aware that this is already underway by government, being executed in accordance to the electoral commitment that was made. The third point I would like to highlight, Madam Speaker, is that today it is interesting to see a motion being moved by a colleague from the Patriotic Front. The architects of this particular law, this is self-evidence and a living testament that this part, when they were in government, they were promulgating policies that were punitive to our people with impunity because we had advised them not to do so. So, I would have been a little bit more tolerant in my perceptions if this motion was moved with a member or by a member who was not there in this House when this particular previous administration brought about such kind of policies and defied all manner of advice whatsoever. We brought here progressive motions such as meal allowances, they shot it down. We moved the motion to end political violence, they shot it down. But we, Madam Speaker, do not like to walk that trodden path where you defy logic. we want to do the right things. And in doing the right thing, we want to oppose this motion on the following two premises. Number one, the two catchwords that have been used by the mover of the motion and his colleagues are to suspend the repayment and two, to restructure. Madam Speaker, when you talk about suspending this repayment, you are placing yourself in an oblivious position that this is law. You can't suspend law. You can only propose that the executive should amend the law, not to suspend the law. We don't suspend laws in this country. So from that premise alone, this particular motion is ill-conceived in the abundance of illegality, to which us as a government founded on law, and that should espouse the rule of law, do not want to play accomplice or in the name of wanting to amass political appeasement. There are so many bad laws that the PF put in place that we can't suspend, but we have one by one to bring to this August House for amendment or for repeal. So come to this August House and give the correct advice. And any advice that is conceived on promotion of an illegality is null and void, or in fact, void ab initio. So, that attempt to request this August House to be diametrically at variance with the foundations of the law will not gain favor in the eyes of this administration of the UPND. Number two, Madam Speaker, they are talking about restructuring. We are on all fours on that particular matter. We are speaking the same language. We are agreed to restructure. But tell me, Madam Speaker, the use of asking me or urging me to debate when I'm already debating. Does it make sense? It doesn't. If I'm debating, you can't urge me to begin to debate. So, the government is already walking the talk. There is no need to push an open door. And when you are genuine in your intentions, sometimes it's important when you are conceiving an idea to bring a motion before the floor of this House to consult the line ministry so that you do not come up with a motion that is offside. So in terms of restructuring, we agree, and that is what government is already doing. But because government is already in process, I want to urge my colleagues to accept and understand that this is too late in the day. The motion has come too late in the
The
day.
honorable member for... No, the one who is going out. Mambilima. She just came in, logged in, and she has walked out. May the honorable minister continue.
So, Madam Speaker, this call for restructuring has come too late in the day. This is a BID, broadened date motion. Madam Speaker, in
Honorable
conclusion,
member for Nalolo had guided that no points of order for the time being. What's the point of order? We have to manage time.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a very serious point of order as the seconder of this motion. Madam Speaker, the member on the floor, who is my elder brother, has contravened Section 65 on being factual. Madam Speaker, when you look at this motion, it's got nothing to do with suspending. The motion talks about restructuring. So the honorable member on the floor is not speaking to the motion. And the honorable member on the floor is saying this is already being done. Therefore, he agrees with the motion. So is he in order to talk about suspending repayments, which was being referred to because the then opposition UPND president talked about suspending? That was the reference. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I seek your serious guidance for the avoidance of misleading the greater nation, which is listening to this very serious motion.
The honorable member on the House, the Minister of Southern Province, was quoting the debater, the mover of the motion, the points that he brought out. So he was just responding to those points. So he's in order. May the minister continue.
Madam Speaker, I was just making a point that this motion has come too late in the day because the government is already working on this particular motion. And it also gives us an opportunity to evaluate the sincerity with which political leaders conduct their political affairs. If just a year ago you are a proponent of this, it's like creating a problem. Then you come outside and start pretending to be the one holding the solution. The same way you mess up an economy, you come out, you start talking about high cost of living. This level of political deception and misinforming the nation in order to amass political visibility should come to an end. We must be sincere leaders of morality. What you stood for yesterday should be what you stand for. Otherwise, this motion, its content, we support it largely, but we are voting against the illegality and the pretense with which it is associated with. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education will respond.
Madam Speaker, loan or debt restructuring refers to changing the existing loan terms to help the borrower manage the repayment of loan principal and interest due. Loan restructuring is possible in multiple ways, such as changing the repayment period, which is usually extended, changing the repayable amount, generally reducing the overall balance owed, changes in the number of installments previously agreed upon typically and add to the number, a change in the rate of interest once charged, usually lowering the interest rate, and the provision for additional loans. Madam Speaker, currently, loans are payable over a maximum 10 years with 15% interest amortized annually, seemingly high in the region. Seemingly high in the region. Whoever was pegging this, sometimes you can even be equal to a criminal. Given the above, Madam Speaker, the current interest rate is a heavy burden for most loan beneficiaries. And to mitigate this position and improve the management of the loan recoveries, the government is already considering many of the options. The measures, Madam Speaker, are in response to actualizing the presidential directives, which are contained in the concept note by the Higher Education Loans and Scholarship Board through the Ministry of Education. And the government is seriously considering these proposals. Madam Speaker, the proposals that I'm talking about came as a result of the President's directive recently. And to show you that I'm ahead of you, and never attempt it actually to bring, because you will never catch me, to show...
Honorable Minister, order.
To show you...
May the Minister debate through the presiding officer.
To show them that I'm far away. You check what they've been bringing here. The other time they brought a motion, reintroduce sports in schools. I told them they are already there. The day they were debating here, children were in kit. It fell. No, because they are already there. You brought another one here, I caught you napping. This concept by helps was brought on the 23rd of February. And my office received it on the 24th of February this year, containing everything that is we are talking about restructuring. And 2 weeks ago, student leaders, the leaders of those who are seeking the restructuring, came in my office. And I told them, this is what we are doing. They saw the concept not from Helsby, And they were extremely happy. My question to them was, how did you live with people who were overburdening you like this? They just said they were just a bad government. Those were those that, in fact, Madam Speaker, sometimes...
Welcome back, Honorable Member for Mambilima.
So, what we must be able to be doing is to know what we want to do. You never felt pity on those kids. How can you charge 15%? I've never known people like this, Madam Speaker. Where was the interest for the students? 2016. Today is 2022. And I was trying to say that what I will do, first of all, I will reintroduce meal allowance for these kids who are still in school. Then today, I'm now checking those that are overburdened today as workers. How do you milk a cow to such an extent? And like my colleague was saying, then today you want to think you can tell me to age me. The president aged me, and this is what I'm doing. I don't need you to age me. I'm self-preparing, Madam Speaker. The president told me he doesn't want to see any child sitting on the floor. You have seen the way we are constructing your desks. So, Madam Speaker, I am already very far. I don't need anyone to age me. I'm a self-propelled individual. The president aged me. I've already responded, and the paper now is in my office, and my officers are working on it. Very soon, I'll take it to cabinet, where the one who pronounced those words presides over. With those words, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chinsali, winding up debate. Order, Honorable Members, he's got a right to. Let him wind up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I pray that one day we are going to reach a point where we are going to be apolitical when we are debating motions that are meant to help the general citizenry. A point where if a motion has been raised by a person from the opposition party, it should be supported because it is genuine. A point where if a motion has been raised by the ruling party, it should be supported even by the opposition because it is well intended. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank Honorable Imanga Wamnyima, Honorable Mungandu, as well as Honorable Pavyuma and Honorable Morebwa for the manner in which they debated. Madam Speaker, I reluctantly thank the Honorable Member for Katuba because of lack of clarity in the way he debated, because he clearly demonstrated how much he doesn't understand plagiarism. Plagiarism was clearly defined by Honorable Mulebwa. That is plagiarism. When someone talks about something and he fails to quote the person who said it, then that is plagiarism. But when you cite or put a reference, that is not plagiarism. Madam Speaker, sometimes it's surprising to see how honorable members like the MP for Luena keep on saying we. You know, sometimes backbenchers need to understand their role in parliament. The people that are in government, they are known and they are few. So it is important to say the government is doing this and not to say we.
Order. Honorable Member, wind up debate. Do not start attacking your colleagues. Wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me thank my brother, Honorable Anakoka, in the manner in which he was agreeing by disagreeing to the motion. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Southern Province said that when we talk about the suspension of the repayments, then we do not know what we are talking about. It's not me he's telling. Indirectly he's telling the person who said it, we know him. I will not mention him. He's basically saying the person who said it, who posted it on his Facebook, he did not know what he was talking about. Yes, he has advised me, and I think I will write to him also that your minister said you didn't know what you were talking about.
Debate, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Mwitwa, the Minister for Southern Province, talked about how the PF introduced this act, which has resulted in, giving financial misery to the graduates, and said we cannot talk about it. Madam Speaker, when we go to policy formulation, it has 5 stages. Number 1, identifying the issue. 2, placement on the agenda. 3, formulation of the policy itself. Number 4, policy implementation. When you implement, the 5th step is to evaluate the policy to see how it is working. The way that policy was implemented, it was supposed to be observed first. How are the students, how are the graduates feeling after we deduct this? The moment you see that this policy is affecting the students negatively, at that point you need to quickly come in and intervene so that you correct it for it to start operating properly. So now, when the Minister of Education said the people who introduced this policy are criminal, who is more criminal? When this policy was being implemented, it was not known that it was going to be affecting the students and graduates negatively. But now it has been identified and we have gotten feedback through the evaluation process. So now the person who has seen that it is affecting the students negatively and the graduates negatively, yet he has not acted on it, then he is more criminal.
Order, honorable members. There are no points of orders at this stage. He's winding up. Then after that, honorable member, wind up. Do not bring in new issues.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, without bringing in any new issue. The person who identifies that this policy is a problem and fails to act is more criminal than the person who brought the policy. And that's why the students he was talking about, they actually came to me also. And they said, we talked to the minister and I said, what did he say? He said, no, what can they do? They are from the bad government, worst government ever, since 1964. So I said, okay, no problem. I'll go to parliament so that we can discuss this issue. So, Madam Speaker.
In law, we call that hearsay. Stick to facts. Stick to facts. You don't bring in hearsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the Minister of Education and the Minister from Southern Province said that we are already doing something, we needed to see evidence. We are not magicians to know what is happening in the ministry. The minister should have been proactive enough to come to the House so that he gives a ministerial statement to inform the honorable members. We were not going to be foolish to come and bring this motion. With these few remarks, Madam Speaker, I wind up. Thank you.
The use order, honorable member for Chinsali, the use of the word foolish, please can you withdraw it?
Madam Speaker, I withdraw the word foolish. I was going to say, I replace it with, we were not going to be eluded by sense of good judgment like it eluded the honorable member for Katua. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You were told to withdraw, now you are debating. Can you withdraw the word? Stick to what you are being told, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw the cementing that I was doing. Thank you so much.
Anyway, let's make progress. Order, order, order. I put the question. The question is that this House urges the government to restructure the student loan repayments for university graduates to make the repayments affordable. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the noes have it. The question is negative. Let's make progress. Notes of motion, the honorable member for Kanchibia.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Honorable Madam Justice Professor Mulela Margaret Munalula to serve as President of the Constitutional Court, Mr. Arnold Muetwa Shilimi to serve as Deputy President of the Constitutional Court, Honorable Madam Justice Maria Mapanika Wimbe, Honorable Mr. Justice Kenneth Mulife, and Mr. Madford Zachariah Mwandenga to serve as judges of the Constitutional Court, and Honorable Mr. Justice Just Mwinde Siavwapa to serve as Judge President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Madam Justice Abba Naya Patel, State Counsel, and Honorable Madam Justice Yvonne Chembe to serve as judges of the Court of Appeal, laid on the table of the House on Monday, 27th March 2023.
Is the motion seconded?
It is, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Honorable Madam Justice Professor Mulela Margaret Munalula to serve as President of the Constitutional Court, Honorable Anford Moetwa Shilimi to serve as Deputy President of the Constitutional Court, Honorable Madam Justice Maria Mapanika Wimbe, Honorable Mr. Justice Kenneth Mulife, and Mr. Madford Zachariah Mwandenga to serve as judges of the Constitutional Court, and Honorable Mr. Justice Mwinde Siavwapa to serve as Judge President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Madam Justice Abba Naya Patel, State Counsel, and Honorable Madam Justice Yvonne Chembe to serve as judges of the Court of Appeal for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Monday, 27th March 2023. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Madam Speaker, the appointment of the nominees is made pursuant to Article 140 of the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia, Cap 1 of the laws of Zambia, which provides for the Republican President on recommendation of the Judicial Service Commission to appoint judges subject to ratification by the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, the committee notes the pivotal role the judiciary plays in the dispensation of justice, ensuring good governance, upholding the rule of law in the country. In this regard, the committee resolved that only competent persons with requisite qualifications, integrity, diligence, eminence, and sound character should be appointed in the judiciary. Madam Speaker, the committee notes with satisfaction that all the state security agencies that appeared before it indicated that there were no adverse security concerns against the nominees. Additionally, all the witnesses except one submitted that all the nominees were suitably qualified and possess a requisite qualification and experience to serve in their respective appointments. In that regard, they supported their appointment. A few witnesses, Madam Speaker, raised concerns on 4 of the following nominees, and the committee made the following observations on them. Number 1, Honorable Madam Justice Professor Mulela Margaret Munalula. The committee notes that one stakeholder indicated that there was a complaint against the nominee for alleged disregard and failure by the Constitutional Court to interrogate the complainant's application for admission as amicus curiae. The committee observes, as did the witness, that investigations into the complaint were still ongoing and that the complaint was not against the nominee as an individual but against a full bench. It therefore cannot prevent the nominee from appointment as President of the Constitutional Court. Mr. Arnold Moetwa Shilimi. The committee notes that one stakeholder did not support the appointment of the nominee, alleging that he did not have specialized training or experience in human rights or constitutional law as required by Article 141(1)(b) of the laws of Zambia. The committee, however, established that one of the core modules of the nominee's master's degree in public international law focused extensively on human rights, while other two modules in international law of peace and the law of armed conflict, use of force, and peacekeeping also contained matters central to human rights and human rights discourse. In that regard, Madam Speaker, the committee is of the view that the nominee meets the requirement of Article 141(1)(b). Mr. Justice Kenneth Mulife, the committee notes a concern by some stakeholders that there was a lawsuit commenced by the nominee's former research advocate against him. The committee, however, observes that the matter was before the courts of law and the nominee cannot be precluded from being appointed as he is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Madam Justice Abba Naya Patel, State Counsel, the committee notes the following concerns expressed by some stakeholders. The committee notes a concern expressed by one of the witnesses that the nominee's bank accounts had a transfer. The committee, however, observes that the suspicious transaction in itself did not amount to any wrongdoing or illegality by the nominee. The committee further notes a concern by one of the stakeholders that the nominee's husband was using her official vehicle for his private business, contrary to regulations guiding the use of official government vehicles. The committee, however, observes that the matter is a subject of an ongoing investigation of abuse of office that can be handled administratively. Therefore, the matter cannot preclude the nominee from being appointed as judge of the Court of Appeal. Moreover, the nominee is presumed innocent until proven guilty. In view of the foregoing, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that this August House ratifies the presidential appointment of Honorable Madam Justice Professor Mulela Margaret Munalula to serve as President of the Constitutional Court, Mr. Arnold Muitua Shilimi to serve as Deputy President of the Constitutional Court, Honorable Madam Justice Maria Mapani Kawimbe, Honorable Mr. Justice Kenneth Mulife, Mr. Madford Zachariah Mwandenga to serve as judges of the Constitutional Court, and Mr. Justice Just Mwinde Servapa as to serve as Judge President of the Court of Appeal, Madam Justice Abba Naya Patel, State Counsel, and Madam Justice Yvonne Chembe to serve as judges of the Court of Appeal. Finally, Madam Speaker, the committee wishes to express its gratitude to you and the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the advice and services rendered to it during its deliberations. The committee further thanks all the witnesses for their valuable submissions, which assisted the committee arrive at its recommendation. Madam Speaker, it is now my pleasure to call upon this Honorable House to ratify the appointments before it. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording me this opportunity to second the motion. I want to say thank you sincerely, and also to thank the mover of the motion for moving the motion so competently. I thank you so much. The mover of the motion, Madam Speaker, has sufficiently covered most of the notable points which the committee noted in support of all the nominees. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the nominees were of very high academic and professional qualification. They also exhibit a lot of experience both in public and private institutions. Madam Speaker, in seconding the motion also, I wish to reiterate the committee's observation that the appointed persons were very, very competent and have high integrity. We interrogated all the witnesses who came before us, and all the nominees appeared before us. And in so doing, the committee noted, even as debated by the mover of the motion, that all the allegations that were before them, they were proven, some were proven to be that it was mere misunderstanding. Like I want to bring the issue of, I think Mr. Mwandenga, which I think he did not mention about it. There was an allegation that there was a case before him of abuse of office that pertains to employment. And from the witnesses, we heard that the commissioners do not participate in the employment process, and that there is even consultants that are brought outside the commission to conduct the interviews. The commission only receives complaints after everything is done. And at the time of appointment and of interview, by that time, the commission had not even received the submission from the committee that dealt with employment. So I saw the committee felt there was no way the nominee could be excluded from being ratified because he was not directly involved in the appointment or in the recruitment of personnel. Madam Speaker, the committee also notes that with gratitude, of course, that the constitutional requirement in Article 259 of the Constitution relating to the gender equality, that there were 8 nominees. Of the 8, 4 were female and 4 were male. For that, we really commend the appointing authority. Madam Speaker, also, the committee also notes that from the same Article 259, 1C, of course, recommends that youth and people with disability should be included in the appointing. However, even if there is no youth among the appointees, but there is also an issue of experience, integrity, that the committee noted that also these issues comes on board when the appointing authority are considering to appoint people to hold such very important offices. So that, as a committee, we took note that also we give a benefit of doubt that there is high integrity and experience that is needed when you're appointing people to such very important positions. Madam Speaker, I also want to mention that one nominee, as mentioned by the move of the motion, with Honorable Justice Patel, as the issue of the accounts of movements of money. We want to urge this House that as judges, they are not compelled as at now to make sure that they declare the assets that they have or finances by law. So we are urging this House that we should come up with a law that will compel them as well to declare their assets and their finances. If we are to invite FIC to come on board to start giving a statement of their affairs on what assets and finances that they have. So they are not compelled as at now. So it's our duty, if we would want to know them as we are appointing to these offices, that such a law should be brought before this House. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to extend my gratitude to the chairperson of this committee, who ably conducted his chairmanship very well, was political, very mature, and also the whole committee. It was a very wonderful committee. They were so impartiality. They never had any issues to do with favoring anyone. We had to make sure that every issue that was brought before us, it was interrogated well, so that we make sure that the people we are putting in these offices are of high integrity, that is going to save this country, to make sure that our country, our human rights of our people are not abrogated. Madam Speaker, as I second, I say thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Looking at the time, we are now 18:44. We are supposed to adjourn at 19:10. So I don't know how we'll manage our time, but I'll urge honorable members not to repeat themselves as they debate. Any further debate? The honorable member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance to make my comments on the motion moved by Honorable MP for Kanchuya and seconded by the Honorable MP for
The honorable member for Shiwangandu. There's a point of order. But my worry is, when we don't have much time, then we have these points of order. What's the point of order, Honorable Member for Lokasha?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a very important point of order. It lies at the center of the debate that's about to ensue. Madam Speaker, it is common knowledge that this matter of the nominees is before the courts of law currently, before the Constitutional Court. And I rise on Standing Order number 65-2C, which prohibits the House from debating what is before the courts of law. Are we in order, Madam Speaker, to continue debating this matter before the court determines it? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To my knowledge, we have not received any order restraining us from discharging our functions. So as far as we are concerned, we are not discussing the issues before the court. We are just discussing our responsibility, our mandate as given by the Constitution. So we proceed. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to press it on record that we, on our side, have got difficulties in supporting this report in its totality due to a number of reasons that I'm going to highlight. And one of the reasons, Madam Speaker, is what is in the public knowledge. Yes, indeed, this institution enjoys exclusive cognizance, and that the business we transact here it cannot be interfered with. And just as it is also that we shouldn't interfere with what is obtaining in the other arm of government. But you have guided that there is no report, and I hope that we won't get caught up as an institution. Madam Speaker, the other reason is some of the issues that have been highlighted in your report. The nominee to the position of President of the Constitutional Court, Honorable Madam Justice Professor Mulela Mnalula. Ideally, Madam Speaker, it would have been straightforward, knowing that this nominee has been at the institution as Vice President. It should have been just logical that she took up the top position of that institution. However, the issues that have been raised cast some sort of cloud on the nominee. On page 8 of your report, Madam Speaker, the Judicial Complaints Commission, in their submission, acknowledged that the nominee in question, and I quote their submission, they are saying there was one pending complaint against the nominee. And in their view, they are describing this as an adverse report on the nominee. They are saying there was a complaint which was made against the nominee. And in their view, they are saying this does not affect the nominee's suitability to take up the position because this complaint was against the whole bench. Madam Speaker, it must be noted that the nominee, whether it was not in a personal capacity, was the topmost of the bench. And therefore, when the complaint is raised in this manner, she cannot escape the responsibility so far as this complaint is concerned. So, Madam Speaker, we are reading your report, and I think the Minister of Justice will respond, other than responding what is stated. Your report is highlighting these matters, and we have to speak to them. That's our role. So, Madam Speaker, these are the challenges we wouldn't want to see on people that are going to run the most critical institutions insofar as justice dispensation is concerned. The other one, Madam Speaker, is the nominee to become the Vice President of the Constitutional Court. And the submission from the Law Association of Zambia, to which this nominee in the name of Mr. Anodi Mwetwa Shilimi, who is a proposed nominee for the position of Vice President of the Constitutional Court. In their submission, Madam Speaker of Court, the last president, supported by the State Council, submitted and explained that Mr. Anodi Mwetwa did not qualify for appointment as Deputy President of the Constitutional Court because he lacked requisite specialized training or experience in human rights or constitutional law, provided under Article 141, Sub-Article 1B of the Constitution. He added that the nominee's area of celebrated expertise was in corporate and commercial law and not constitutional law. The President further informed the committee that the office of the Deputy President of the Constitutional Court, which was central to the court's mandate and to the governance of the country, must be occupied by someone of a proven experience in matters of human rights and constitutional law. It's a report, Madam Speaker. And so, we have a challenge here. And if the appointing authority had taken care, there are members of the bench who are already serving as Constitutional Court judges. And it would have just been prudent to pick one out of those who are already experienced. So, you can question, but we are reading the report of your committee. So, Madam Speaker, it's these challenges that press a cloud on nominees. And for us to ignore this, we are doing injustice to the work that we are given as members of parliament. So when issues are highlighted like this, we have got every reason to speak to them. So on our side, Madam Speaker, we find it a challenge. And like I'm saying, it shouldn't have been a problem. I did earlier say, had it been for the cloud that is being placed on the nominee to become president of the Constitutional Court, it would have just been straightforward, from vice president to president of the court. Identify one of the senior judges already sitting in the Constitutional Court to take up the vice presidency. So, Madam Speaker, we shall come here. You can question, we were there.
Order, honorable member for Shuangando. You like addressing the other people.
Yeah, but you see, Madam.
Yeah, please, honorable members on the right. But if they are saying question, you always say question. I thought that it was an acceptable way.
No, but they are using other, lamentations on the outside.
Order. Honorable members on the right. We have work to do, and I want to finish this work today.
Madam Speaker, they can use the arrogance of numbers. We don't mind, but we have to speak to the issues as they stand and as they come out. And you must know that, yes, you are there today. Tomorrow you might be this side or out. This is how it is. We were there, and we are here. So what is constant?
Order.
The only thing that is constant is the Republic of Zambia.
Order. Honorable member, the mode of debating, the manner in which you are debating, you are promoting disorder in the House. Let's stick to the issues that we are debating.
So, Madam Speaker, these are national institutions, and we all have got a responsibility to ensure that the people that we are sending to these institutions have got no clouds hanging on their heads, because the decisions they'll be making in the dispensation of justice of this country are very critical and are beyond any one of us here. So, Madam Speaker, with these reasons given, like I did say, we find the challenge to support the adoption of this report in its totality. I wouldn't speak about other nominees who's got no negative issues. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. In view of the time, I'll call upon one independent member, the Honorable Member for Petauke.
Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to contribute on the issue we are talking today. Madam Speaker, first, I want to start by saying these names which we are looking at today, they are being appointed by the head of state. And it's the prerogative of the president. And each time there's one president at a certain time. And then we should learn to support each other. Because we should learn to support each other. Because even me, when I become president, some of you, when your names comes, the members who will be sitting at that particular time, they should support to say, yes, Justice Minister may have appointed him as SEC director, just like that. So we should learn to support each other. Then we are supporting this name, Madam Speaker. The good people of Petauke 100% because they know to say their time for the member of parliament for Petauke to have that prerogative who come and then who need support. And not long ago who come. Madam Speaker, but here is the issue. Next time, the Minister of Justice and the owner of prerogative of appointing the appointing authority, next time, on behalf of the good people of Petauke, we are asking humbly that Zambia, especially when building this building where we are today debating and making high-profile decisions, it was built by material coming from all over the province, all over the country, especially each constituency contributed to the material when building this house. So even the names, when they are coming, please, we want to see the way this parliament was built. This is how we want to see the names appearing. Because each province, there's a school from grade 1 to grade 12, and also even universities and colleges. So we believe that each constituency here, it's got graduates who can take up even those positions. So next time, we want to see the way this was built. And secondly, here in our country, we have got people living with a disability who are educated. And then we're supposed also to see them. When we come next time, we want to see people living with a disability on the list. So that even them, people living with a disability, they should feel that they are also Zambians. And they should be encouraged, even when going to school, to say, one day I'll become the judge of this country. Or one day I'll become the president of the Constitutional Court. It will give encouragement even to a young boy or girl who is living with a disability. It will be an encouragement. And also, the youths, not forgetting the youths. When we come to choose who to lead the country, the youths are the majority. But when we come here on these names, the youths are not there. So, Minister of Justice, next time we want the youths, because the youths are there, who are educated, who are qualified to take up such kind of a job. But it's unfortunate that they are not there. But next time, make sure, because we want to support you, so that you come and support us. when our time comes. So please don't forget kwasu kupetauke tukambati kaserowola kaserongoya. Madam Speaker means that today when you help me, tomorrow you should help, vice versa. So with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, we say thank you, but don't forget to come and support us. Thank you.
I'll call on the Minister of Justice to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to debate the motion on the floor of the House relating to the ratification of judges of the Constitutional Court and the Court of Appeal. Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, I will shorten my debate significantly. Let me begin, Madam Speaker, by acknowledging the work done by the All Select Committee and their submission, indeed as put forward by the chairman of the Select Committee, Honorable Member of Parliament for Kanchiria, and the seconder of the motion, the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central. The crux of the matter, Madam Speaker, is that your Select Committee has done an extremely good job, yes indeed, Madam Speaker, but more importantly, has recommended that the individuals wholesomely be ratified by this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, if one looks at the report in its entirety, rather than selecting specific provisions, one will see the objectivity and professionalism that was put into arriving at the conclusion that the Select Committee did. And also, if one just looks at the provisions of Article 140 and 141 of the Constitution, it is clear to see that each of the nominees put forward for both the Constitutional Court and the Court of Appeal meet the requirements prescribed in the law for them to ascend to the positions that are being that they were nominated for by the appointing authority. That should be the overriding principle upon which this House must make a determination whether or not to ratify the appointees, and not any secondary matter and subject and considerations, beg pardon, matters which are subjective in their nature. Why do I call some of these matters subjective? It has been suggested, Madam Speaker, on the floor of this House, for instance, that because Madam Justice Munalula has a complaint pending before the Judicial Complaints Commission, she's not amenable for appointment. However, when one looks objectively at this particular submission, one would first of all realize that there has been no indictment by the Judicial Complaints Commission against that particular judge in order to warrant her being found guilty, to use the term loosely, and to be precluded from participating as a citizen in this particular opportunity. There's nothing whatsoever. Had there been a decision of the Judicial Complaints Commission which found her wanting, then maybe that argument would be tenable. But as we speak now, there is no decision, and there is no judicial process in this country, or even a quasi-judicial process in this country, which results in a person being punished even before a decision is made. So that argument must be parked, Madam Speaker, if we're using an objective consideration of these particular candidates, and speaking of Judge Munalula in particular. What is more, Madam Speaker, we cannot ignore the experience, 41 years since admission at the bar, of this particular candidate to lead a court as important as the Constitutional Court. In fact, Madam Speaker, I'm being advised here on the floor of the House that it's before some of us, many of us in this House were actually born, that this experience has been brought. Madam Speaker, more to the point, the judge in issue has spent several years on the bench in the Constitutional Court, having been appointed even prior to this particular appointing authority nominating her for a higher role. She's definitely suitable. Madam Speaker, there was also a submission with regards to Mr. Justice, soon to be, Madam Speaker, Mr. Justice Shilimi, as to whether or not he has the requisite qualifications, and a submission by the Law Association of Zambia was quoted to that effect. Madam Speaker, the Constitution is very clear. It does not prescribe the particular qualification that one must have. It simply says a qualification in human rights law or constitutional law. doesn't prescribe that it must be a master's or that it must be a PhD or anything of that nature. And your committee ably looked into the question as to whether this individual has got the requisite qualification and found, if you read the report, that he undertook a course at Cambridge in which there was a module in human rights law. That qualifies in terms of the broad language that is used in Article 141 of the Constitution. Again, these subjective matters should not be looked at. This individual has got over 36 years post-qualification experience. And admittedly, even from those that debated earlier, he has a long track record in practicing law at various levels and in administrative functions. And anyone that knows how these courts operate will understand that the deputy judge president of the court plays an administrative function rather than merely a judicial one. Madam Speaker, I can go on and on. However, we have got business to conduct in this House. I must conclude that the appointing authority took great care in determining who is to ascend to these particular positions. And in fact, as the Honorable Member for Petauke submitted, there is a national character to these appointments when you look at the Constitutional Court and the Court of Appeal combined, and in fact, the High Court as well. Madam Speaker, my final submission is that may this Honorable House ratify these stellar citizens of Zambia that have been put forward to take up these important roles. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kachibia, winding up debate in 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Justice. I want to thank the Vice Chairperson of the committee. I want to thank all the members of the committee that whilst we interacted with the witnesses, whilst we interacted with the nominees themselves, we went further to interrogate the CVs as presented before us. And Madam Speaker, our conscience is very clear that the report presented before you is as it should be, and we come this House to support the recommendations of our committee. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Honorable Madam Justice Professor Mulela Margaret Munalula to serve as President of the Constitutional Court, Honorable Arnold Mwetwa Shilimi to serve as Deputy President of the Constitutional Court, Honorable Madam Justice Maria Mapani Kawimbe, Honorable Mr. Justice Kenneth Molife, and Mr. Madford Zakaria Mwandenga to serve as judges of the Constitutional Court, and the Honorable Mr. Justice Justin Mwinde Siavapa to serve as Judge President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Madam Justice Abba Naya Patel State Council, and Honorable Madam Justice Yvonne Chembe to serve as judges of the Court of Appeal for the second session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Monday, 27th March 2027. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. A division is called. Ring the bells.
Much for still being with us on Parliament Television. The bells are ringing, which simply means that a division has been called. So this motion will be subjected to a vote, and it is entitled Adopt a Report of the Parliamentary Select Committee. That this House do adopt the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Honorable Madam Justice Professor Mulela Margaret Munalula to serve as President of the Constitutional Court, Mr. Arnold Mwetwa Shilimi to serve as Deputy President of the Constitutional Court, Honorable Madam Justice Maria Mapani Kawimbe Honorable Mr. Justice Kenneth Mulife and Mr. Matford Zachariah Mwandenga to serve as judges of the Constitutional Court, and Honorable Mr. Justice Just Mwinde Siavwapa to serve as Judge President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Madam Justice Abba Naya Patel, State Counsel, and Honorable Madam Justice Yvonne Chembe to serve as judges of the Court of Appeal for the second session of the 12th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Monday, 27th of March 2023. And the mover of this motion is Kanchibia Member of Parliament, Mr. Sanjay Chanda, who is chairperson of the Parliamentary Select Committee. It was seconded by Kabwe Central Member of Parliament, Ms. Chrysosta Halwindi. So shortly, members of Parliament will be subjected to a vote to vote for this. And still to come, we do have presentation of government bills. The Minister of Justice will present a bill entitled the Human Rights Commission, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, and this bill seeks to provide for the membership, functions, operations, and financial management of the Human Rights Commission, repeal and replace the Human Rights Commission Act of 1996, and provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. The other bill is presented by the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, and this is the Zambia Institute of Valuation Surveyors, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2023, and this bill seeks to provide for the registration of valuation surveyors and regulate their practice and professional conduct, continue the existence of the Valuation Surveyors Registration Board, and rename it as the Zambia Institute of Valuation Surveyors and redefine its functions, repeal, replace the Valuation Surveyors Act, and provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. We do have other three bills that are coming at various stages. The first one is the Anti-Terrorism and Non-Proliferation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2022, coming up at committee stage. The Controlled Substances Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, coming up at report stage, and the Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4, coming up at third reading. So those some of the bills that are expected to be considered on the floor of the House. So very soon, members of Parliament will be voting for the bill, the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee shortly. And once the House is adjourned, I'll be able to share with you some of the questions that have been considered on the floor of the House. Like I mentioned earlier on, just after the break, we had two questions for oral answer under Standing Order 76. These are question of urgent nature, and we have three questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And these are ordinary questions. My name is Paul Sentendo. We'll be together after the House is adjourned. We'll be looking at business that has been considered on the floor of the House. So shortly, we'll have the voting.
Close the bar, clear the lobby, and lock the doors. The House will vote electronically, only using the Bosch multimedia units. Please log in into the system. Have the members successfully logged in? When you hear the paging sound, the vote has opened and the voting screen is displaying on your microphone unit. Oh dear. Select the present key. Have we managed to select the present key? On top, the right side of the screen, you will see the words, please cast your vote. Select one of the options, yes, no, or abstain. Once you have selected one of the options, you will see the window, the words, vote has been cast on the right side of the screen. Okay. When you hear the second paging sound, The vote will close after 1 minute. You have just voted. The results are as follows. Present 108, yes 80, no 26, abstain 2. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I know we have gone beyond our time, so it's time to adjourn. Her Honor, the Vice President, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
Oh. Day of resumption of business.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
The business to resume tomorrow. Her Honor, the Vice President. I think there's confusion here. Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
Adjourn, okay. As no notice of any item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received, I put the question. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. We are now at adjournment. There is no motion on the floor. The House. Order is now adjourned.
Today's business of the House, and you have it thus Madam Speaker's procession making way out of the chamber, signifying the end of today's business. Let's quickly look at what has been considered on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Finance to render a ministerial statement, and the ministerial statement was on the performance of the economy as of 31st January 2023. And according to the Minister of Finance, and National Planning did say that growth in the global economy, according to the World Economy Outlook, is projected to decline to 2.9% in 2023 from an estimated 3.4% in 2022. This is on account of tight monetary policy to rein in inflation and the Russian-Ukraine conflict, which has continued to have an impact on the economy, on the economic activities, the resurgence of the COVID-19 pandemic in China amid the lockdown policies dampening growth in 2020. However, China's gradual reopening is expected to speed up economic recovery. And the minister did proceed and did say that in his conclusion that economic performance in 2022 was generally fair. However, more needs to be done in 2023 and the medium term, especially given risks such as a possible downturn in the global economic environment and the resurgence of COVID-19. Although the domestic economy is expected to face challenges associated with global developments, it is envisaged to remain resilient. Government will continue to undertake growth enhancing programs while mitigating to the fullest extent possible and the adverse spillover effects from the current uncertain global reality, undertaking reforms and unlocking. And after that ministerial statement, the House did proceed to consider two questions for oral answer under Standing Order 76, and these are questions of urgent nature. And the first question did come from Mr. Twasa Kasanengo, Member of Parliament, and instead it was responded by the Acting Minister of Social Security. And according to the response in the A, whether the government is aware that patients under the National Health Insurance Scheme are being denied services by healthcare providers due to delayed payment of claims by the National Health Insurance Management Authority to the healthcare providers. And according to the minister's response, they say that government is not aware that patients who are members of NIMA are being denied services, the health services by health services providers due to delayed payment of claims. The B part of the question, the member wanted to find out if so, what urgent measures are being taken to ensure that care providers are paid on time to avert loss of life. The minister did say that by introduction of electronic data transfer, where 90% of accredited healthcare providers are submitting their claim to fast turn around and reconciliation. And 4 questions were considered on the floor of the House, and after that consideration of those questions, the House did proceed to consider 2 motions. And the first motion was was presented by Mr. Kafwaya, who is Lunte, Member of Parliament, and in this case, by prior arrangement, the motion was moved by Chinsali, Member of Parliament, Mr. Kalalwe Mukosa, and it was seconded by Nalolo, Member of Parliament, Mr. Imanga Wamunyima, and this was entitled Restructure Student Loan Repayments for University Graduates. And it was urging the government to restructure the student loan repayments for university graduates to make the repayments affordable. And when the question was put, the question was negative, so which means the motion did not go through. There was a consideration of another motion, adopt report of the Parliamentary Select Committee, and this motion was was moved by Kanchivia, Member of Parliament, Mr. Sunday Chanda, and seconded by Kabwe Central, Member of Parliament, Madam Chrysosta Halwindi, and was urging the House to adopt the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Honorable Madam Justice Professor Mulela Margaret Munalula to serve as President of the Constitutional Court, Mr. Arnold Mwetua Shilimi to serve as Deputy President of the Constitutional Court, Honorable Madam Justice Maria Mapani Kawimbe, Honorable Mr. Justice Kenneth Mulife, and Mr. Madford Zachariah Mwandenga to serve as judges of the Constitutional Court, and Honorable Mr. Justice Just Mwinde Siavwapa to serve as Judge President of the Court of Appeal. Honorable Madam Justice Abanaya Patel, State Counsel, and Honorable Madam Justice Yvonne Chembe to serve as judges of the Court of Appeal for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, and this document was laid on the table of the House on the 27th March 2023. And when the question was put, the division was called, and the motion was subjected to a vote. And according to the vote, the ayes were 80, the noes 26, and 2 members of parliament did abstain, and which means that the ayes did get it, which means that the motion has gone through. So basically, that's the business that have been considered on the floor of the House today, the 29th day in the month of March 2023. And my name is Posent Indov on behalf of my sign language interpreters, and indeed not forgetting the entire production crew. We'll be back tomorrow at 08:30 hours when we open the station, and we'll have live parliamentary proceedings at 14:30 in the afternoon. Have a fantastic Wednesday evening. God bless and stay safe.
I always knew that I was adopted. Mama. Wife
Excuse
number
us
8.
for now.
Huh?
Excuse us.
Primetime shows are taking over this March. The gloves are off as Anna fights for her life, love, and family. Old enemies and new problems await an unsuspecting Zua. Murder, deceit, and dry wounds may destroy the house of Nguzu. Shimumbi returns to Zambezi Magic to brighten your nights. Join serious singles as they confront their crush with high hopes. And the quest for love continues on the most eventful first date. Spend your nights with beautiful stories on Zambezi Magic. DSTV Channel 162, GoTV Super Channel 5.
Dad, a lot has been said about me. I've been demonized. I've been ridiculed and called names by people who have no idea what kind of a person I am. But now, the time has come for me to prove what a powerhouse I am. I want to prove that I'm human too, that I have feelings, and I have people who care for me just as I care for them. It's time for me to bear it all. Matali Mwanza Unscripted, coming soon.